Manager for the Northern Region.
Larry Finch at large.
Russ Lawrence, Northern Region Rep.
Jordan Nielsen, Southeast Region Rep.
Randy Oplinger, Cold Water Sport Fish Coordinator for the DWR.
Do you want me to just enter?
We could probably just go through who's on the screen there.
Calvin Black is up on the screen with that absolutely gorgeous fish that he's holding from the DWR. Dave Buchanan, the Southern Regional Rep. Chris Crockett from the Central Region is on. Nick Braithwaite from Southern Region DWR. Rich Labovich. I'm not sure, Rich, what your representation. Michael Christensen, and then Mike Fisher, who is one of our commercial representatives on the council, and Mickey Anderson will be here just a little bit later. He reached out to me and asked that he be excused. So I think I've got everybody. Did I miss anyone?
Top left corner, James Sparks.
Oh, James Sparger. I'm sorry, James. I missed you. So I dropped down to Cal Blacks. Good to have you here. Northeast representatives. So thank you for being on. With that, I think we'll just go ahead and start with the regional reports. Jordan, can we start with you?
Sure. Calvin said he might have just a couple of short things, and I just have one thing to update everybody on. The Schofield Dam modification. I think there's blue ribbon money in that project, right?
There's.
It's been delayed because of manufacturing on the gate. So it was supposed to be done on the 1st of December, but we will start drilling a hole in Schofield Dam February 13th, and then it should be completed by the end of February. So we got delayed 2.5 months. So Calvin, you got a couple of things too?
Yeah, I just wanted a quick update on our two current blue ribbon projects, the Huntington Creek limiting factor analysis. We've hired a contractor. We've got them lined out to start doing the work this spring. We should have a report by early fall. And so by this time of year, next year, you should hopefully see some projects from us on Huntington Creek with using that data we get from this project to help us direct where we need to move for our stream restoration efforts up there. So, and then the recapture reservoir recreation improvements. We've been in some coordination meetings with the Bureau of Land Management and Blanding City, working on that. We're working on a contract with Blanding City to transfer funds to them so they can hire the contractors to start designing the boat ramp and parking lot, and the BLM is working with us on what we need to do for permitting and NEPA with that design that we've started to come up with. So we're rolling on those projects and excited to see where they go. Other than that, we're pretty snowed in down here. So if you come down and do any ice fishing, expect 3 to 4, maybe even 5 feet of snow on places. So I know Highway 31 through Huntington Canyon by Electric Lake was closed for several days because of an avalanche, and it was only wide enough for one vehicle through there. So just a heads up, if you come down, be prepared for lots and lots of snow and not a lot of parking in a few areas because of how deep it is. So, but that's all I've got.
How with recapture is is it an extension of the old boat ramp, or are they going to put a boat ramp on the opposite side where the old road was kind of being used as a boat launch?
So right now our plan is to completely tear out the old highway on the Blanding side, or that would be the west side of recapture, and put in a concrete boat ramp, and actually put in an actual wider ramp and asphalt parking lot. That's the ultimate goal. There's some challenges with NEPA down there because there's a lot of cultural artifacts literally right next to the parking lot that we're having to deal with. So I'm not sure how large the parking lot will be, but because of the old highway, it's already asphalt, we should be pretty clear to at least get a concrete ramp in there here in the near future. But yeah, that's the goal, is not to extend, but to completely replace. And there's a conservation pool on recapture, about, I think it's around 50 to 45% capacity. And that's where the reservoir's at right now. And so it shouldn't get much lower than what it's been over the last few years. So we can work off of where our design and our measurements are right now, and then work upstream or up ramp, and shouldn't have to go any further than what we're planning right now.
Thank you.
I will mention, I'll be on today. I've got another meeting this afternoon, so that's why I'm not in person, so I can be on both meetings today. But I don't have any projects being proposed this afternoon, so, but I'll be here to listen to everybody else's. So that's so don't expect anything from us down here this year.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Russ?
For Northern Region, Clint is actually going to take a point, if that's okay today.
Oh, Clint's gonna take it.
Yeah, because I was a slacker. I promised him I'd call him yesterday and give him all the details, and I didn't get to it. So I'll just run through kind of some updates on some bodies of water in the northern region. Bear Lake, the Cisco Disco is next weekend. So they'll have some activities Friday, Saturday, may even be on Thursday as well. We're going to go collect Cisco next week as part of we'll collect like 100 and do lengths and weights and all that stuff next week. Scott's retired, if you didn't know. So we have an advertisement out for a biologist position at Bear Lake, and some of the northern region water. So option, I think, is to also live in Cache Valley, not just at Bear Lake, as it has been in the past. Lake trout numbers and cutthroat numbers look really good this year. And with snowpack being what it is, I think the lake should raise the bathtub ring a little bit. Hopefully, they're getting pretty close to some of their lowest elevation last fall. So there's some rumblings of maybe some stuff on the Idaho side. Idaho Fish and Game has sent in comments, their water rights and stuff. Maybe a reservoir being built, or 2 reservoirs being built, and pumping water back and forth between those. But that's still to be seen. Kind of just rumors at this point again, like we've had in years past of, building some big reservoir, pumping water out of Bear Lake, and then running it down to generate power, those kind of things. So not a whole lot set in stone at this point. So Willard, as Rex mentioned before the meeting started, water levels were pretty low, not as low as they were supposed to be. We shouldn't have been able to get out of the South Marina in July. So we had some good rains, we had some water that got moved. So it allowed access to the reservoir until fall. Our fall collection went really well. We only set 6 nets instead of a couple of different nights or a whole week's worth of setting nets. But our walleye numbers were up. Wipers look really, really good. Cats, also in good densities. Taylor's got the report done. I just didn't have time to go through it and look at that. But he's got all the data from the last 20 years and put it into a really cool report form, and all kinds of things that I can't even explain that he's ran through a program called Program R, and did this analysis. One of the reasons that he was hired was his analytical skills from his graduate and doctorate degree and postdoc. So Willard's going to be really good. We're actually, for walleye spawn this year, we're asking for like 4 million eggs, diploid eggs. So that will probably translate to about 2 million fry going in. If we collect more than that, we'll put more than that in there. we're expecting 30,000 acre feet of water coming from Echo and Rockport to be moved between now and March into Willard, which will raise it about 3 feet. Part of that is we're actually asking Weaver Basin to use those flows to roll some gravels and some cobbles and clean some veg and a lot of that. So somewhere between 1,200 and 1,400 CFS for a week.
Only 1 week.
Probably only need 3 days based on research. We're gonna ask for,
Well, we'd like to have water in there all the time.
I don't know, we're working on that part. We're working on that part. And then we've secured some more 8-inch wipers to be stocked in Willard. They have a better return to creel for a lot of the shore anglers and boat anglers as well. But trying to hold that as a steady stocking throughout the year, so we kind of have at that length, they don't get gobbled up by a really big age class or a big year class, and so we have good fishing every year for wipers. Lost Creek, you may have heard we had a little bit of a die off on kokanee. Chris and I pulled some fish one day, but they were just in an area that the water that was cold enough to survive had no oxygen, and where they were at was too warm. So they kind of and it was about like 10 meters, so like 33 feet. And guys that were fishing that a couple of weeks after we were picking up fish, they were picking fish up at 33 feet. So they were like floating. They'd go into warm water, and then as when it got to they so we're able to do a little bit better there. Don't see anything horrible happening, or if we have some decent years, it's good to kind of put in our filing cabinet and say, hey, on bad years, this is maybe something we have to look for. We had some crazy hot weather end of August and first part of September this year that probably pushed us to that point. But we may have lost a couple hundred kokanee. Some of the adults that I saw, the 3-year-old fish that were spawning, were 16 to 18 inches, so they're pretty good sized fish. Kind of sucks to lose that age class, but I don't know how many ran and spawned. We're still having reports of red kokanee caught through the ice at Smith Morehouse this year, like as of last week. So some of these fish could have just waited and been prolonged and would spawn under the ice in the lake. But other than that little hiccup, fish numbers and size, we've got a lot more rainbows in the slot limit this year. But clearly they're being taken by anglers. Our officers are maybe that will kind of to
Park started on anything physical in terms of
They
the ramp
put
or the parking lot or anything?
they put in a new restroom at the boat ramp this fall. They put the courtesy dock in the middle of the boat ramp so you couldn't launch boats, but you could get on your paddleboard and get on there. And I was pretty upset about that. Because we were trying to sample, we couldn't put a boat on there without putting it in the mud and the rocks in order to launch. But they're supposed to be putting in new parking lot and adding to the boat ramp that's there. When that's going to happen, I don't know. As soon as it was made a park, I reached out. We the regional manager and I reached out to Salt Lake and they said, we're done with all of our contractual obligations. It's now state park. They've got millions of dollars instead of coming to you guys for, 10,000 here and 50,000 there. It's all a state park and they can run it. So yeah, they started to make improvements. I've understood that they still have a couple of restrooms that they want to replace, and get that done. But the big one will be a boat ramp and that parking lot.
They're using federal boating access money, right? It's all administered through wildlife. I mean, it just should be.
Well,
There's a partnership there.
Yeah.
An agreement.
yeah. And so, kind of washed my hands and went other ways and put my time into other places at this point.
Gotcha.
But yes, that was part of the money for the new road was from boater access to get to the ramp. And I'd imagine that they're going to use what they can there. So, great. I think you had a question online.
There weren't questions. I think the connection's freezing up on them.
Okay.
They're mentioning it.
So I mentioned Weaver flows. The thought was we got a couple of things going on in the Weaver, some below echo. They're replacing the bro. And so Weaver Basin can't increase flows. They wanted to have 100 CFS from last week until the end of March. And then also our flushing. And those construction crews, the Croydon Bridge one said that they couldn't tolerate more than 50 CFS. So that's all that's in the river right now, which is more than we've had in the river as long as I've probably been in the region. Because when you were in the region, they were still they shut off the dam.
Yeah.
And you have 3 CFS or 2 CFS from
Almost not.
echo, and that's it. So we've got right now, for at least the next couple months, we'll have 50 CFS. As soon as those crews get out, and Weaver Basin may just say, sorry, you're not done. It's too bad. Because they're going to be up against a flooding issue and a timeline that they can't make up enough space. So that's been drawn, but that's really good for fish. That's really good for the Weaver. We're working with Utah State to monitor and do a lot of data gathering during this window when we're flushing the river and see what sediments and cobbles and everything move to see if it works. And if it works, how do we apply that? And if we're in a situation like this every year or every third year or something, can we ask for those same kind of flows just to clean the river, just to move all the vegetation that grows during the summertime, and have that carried. All the irrigators that we've talked to, big and small, are way excited because it will reduce the headache and hassle of cleaning screens and those kind of things in the river come this next summer. So Pine View, our tagging report's done, and I've read through some of it, but I was really preliminary when I looked at it. But Taylor's got the mark recapture tagging project all taken care of, and we'll talk later today. But I'm going to be submitting a request for some money through Blue Ribbon for some habitat in the South Arm, pending all of the discussions that they were having around Pine View and access and those kind of things. We're going to try to put some money and some habitat in places where anglers could utilize that during the ice fishing season, and go from there. So, but that's what I have for the region. So.
Are they replacing the concussion bridge? In Croydon?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's going to stay at the same elevation.
oh,
They can't go any higher because of the railroad and all the other things. But they may be able to they have I-beams across the river horizontally. So that may raise the distance off the surface of the water a little bit. But it's still gonna stay at the same elevation because they gotta get semis underneath the railroad and that whole interchange. So,
Yeah.
so
and down a raft and that thing. It's kinda-
yeah, so
Little
it's
sketchy.
not, the elevation's not gonna be raised or a lot of that, but it will be probably a little bit wider would be my guess to make it a little easier for those semis to turn into the cement plant and get off there. But yeah, they've been working on it. We had a big pounder lifted by a crane just going to town, pounding I-beams into the bottom. So hopefully it'll be full spanning. Hopefully there's nothing like a column or two in the river. I didn't see any columns. I'm hoping that that's the case. So we don't have to worry, debris can kind of float under. But 2011 had water going over that sucker.
Right.
So I can't imagine we're going to get out of some of that part, but yeah, they're working on that one right now. So
Snow.
they're behind schedule by a long ways. So we'll see how.
A lot of places have just locked the gate and walked away until the spring.
Tyler, should we try to wait for Mickey to?
Yeah, he didn't give me much of a time frame, so I don't know what
Okay,
late meant when he was gonna.
yeah, when he said late, I wasn't sure. So do you want to go ahead with Central or
We can, I'll go at the end and see
go
if he
ahead
shows
and
up.
see if he comes?
Yeah.
Okay. Nick, are you taking the lead or is Dave taking the lead on Southern?
I can go ahead and do the southern region, and then I'll let Dave chime in if he has anything he wants to add. But I don't have much. This is the time of year we're kind of doing reports and project proposals mostly, and you'll hear about the projects later for the most part. A couple of things, like everywhere else, we've got a lot of water. It's been a good year for that. I think I looked this morning and all our region is all over 200% of normal, so that's good. Ice conditions aren't great this year. We've got a lot of water, but it's actually been kind of warm. So right now it's pretty much Fish Lake and Panguitch Lake are the places you can ice fish right now. Don't try Otter Creek or some of the lower elevation places. And then in terms of work, we don't do a whole lot of sampling right now. We are starting our Severe River habitat restoration project. So we've got, I think Blue Ribbon put in some money into that project. We've got a heavy equipment crew starting in a couple weeks. So we'll be working on that. But really, this is kind of a office time of year for us. So that's all I really have.
What's happening with Navajo, Nick? Just kind of update.
Yeah, so I mean, Navajo, the dike was completely repaired. We've got plenty of water, so it'll get tested a little bit this year, but it should be fine. So as long as all that snow doesn't melt all at once, we should be okay. So if you remember with the dike, so we rebuilt it, we leveled it, and then overbuilt the spillway. So what happens is it's a natural lake, but then there's a dike that cuts off a sinkhole on one end. And so basically we just needed to rebuild that dike so that when the snow melts and fills it, there's too much water to keep behind the dike. So we've got to be able to transfer that water after snow melt to the other side where the sinkhole is without it eroding the dike. And so this will be a good test year for it, but it's all done. So the snowpack isn't causing a problem there or anything. And we got all the fish stocked we wanted to. We got a bunch of tiger muskie moved from Johnson Reservoir into Navajo. So we should be in good shape there. It'll be interesting to see what the netting looks like.
You're gonna have to wait for ice off on that though to get the netting done. It'll just be fun to see that lake come back.
Yeah, it has a lot of potential, and it's going to be cool to see just the different fishery we'll have there, especially with the tiger muskie. It's such a clear lake and so heavily used that we had lots of reports of people seeing the tiger muskie that we transferred from Johnson swimming around out there. So it'll be good. It'll be a good fishery, I think.
Dave, anything to add?
No, I don't have anything. I haven't even been fishing the last couple months, so nothing to add.
Are you feeling okay?
Feeling just fine.
Just wanted to check, so, all right.
Just had a golf club in my hand, Rex.
James, have you got the Northeast?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Just great.
Okay. Yeah, Natalie asked me to talk about our two largest bodies of water. Of course, that's Flaming Gorge and Starvation. I got some information from Ryan up at Dutch John. Before I start, I'd like to give credit where credit's due, though, and that's Natalie and Ryan and Trina and all of their team. These guys are working hard up here, trying to make every possible fishing opportunity for us, and they're doing a great job. And I just really want to tell them thank you. Flaming Gorge events for this year. They just finished the Mac Attack Ice Tournament. I think that was out of buckboard, and they caught 908 pup mackinaw that they took out of the lake. So that's a good thing. They did get 2 return tag fish from the creel survey with some additional tags from previous tournaments of some type. There is in 2023, there's an extensive creel survey taking place on Flaming Gorge, Utah, in cooperation with Wyoming. They've netted a lot of small mackinaw and tagged them, and they're doing check stations on the highways and stuff, checking anglers, and I guess I think that goes on all year this year, that survey. The 27th through the 29th of this year will be the annual Burbot Bash out of, I think that's out of Lucerne. They've already got 700 people signed up for that. And that's on track to be if not the largest turnout, one of the largest turnouts ever for the Burbot Bash. So hopefully they'll bash a lot of burbot. The rainbow trout fishery in the gorge is excellent. Fish are fat and healthy and very popular with people. Seem to be fairly abundant, fairly easy to catch. There's an added benefit this occurring lately, and that's the Snake River cutthroat trout are showing up in creels. Ryan says that they're even more healthy than the rainbows. So that's pretty exciting for anglers to catch something in addition to the rainbows when they're fishing for rainbows.
So
Still
James,
a few brown trout showing up. I don't think they're actively being stocked. They're just coming in from the rivers.
James, Jordan had a question for you.
Sure.
they should be Colorados,
should be
but I've been hearing reports of people seeing cutthroat congregating up by the ramps below the dam, and people claiming that there are all kinds of different species. Are we sure they're Snake River fine spotted cutthroat? Because if they are, then that's a problem.
They're not Snake River. They're some kind of bonneville or Bear River variant of Wyoming's been stocking.
Freaking Wyoming.
I'm sorry. I said Snake River. I meant Bear River.
Even that's not those shouldn't be there. What's that?
From Basin.
Right. Well, we do that all over the place. I mean, Strawberry Reservoir is case in point. I don't agree with the stocking the wrong species in the drainage. If we can do triploids, great. I'd like to find out if Wyoming is stocking triploid fish or not. Because if they have a triploid strain, we ought to borrow from it, because we haven't been able to create a triploid strain of bonnevilles to stock in places for Utah chuck control. So
Yeah, I don't know if they're tripleting or not, but this is Wyoming's doing, they seem to be doing well, but they are Bear River, so they're a bottom area.
Anything we can do about it?
Well, we'll probably get the same cooperation level that we always get from Wyoming.
I mean, we could talk to them. It's kind of developed into a popular fishery. I think in the past, I believe we have a history of putting Colorado rivers in there experimentally, and that hasn't gone very well. So it seems like this strain does fairly well in the reservoir, but you're right, they're not a native strain, but they have caught on with anglers. And I don't know, I'm guessing probably Ryan knew they were putting them in. I think I didn't know about it until a few years into them going in. A little late there.
It's below the dam there, they're gonna end up hybridized. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, we've stocked Colorado rivers below the dam. I think we stopped doing that 4 or 5 years ago because the return on them was pretty low, but there are some cutbacks in there. But there's not a lot of connectivity in that system, at least in Utah, at a low population.
Just on principle, I don't like stocking the wrong species of cutthroat out of basin. Yeah. So
Sorry to interrupt, James, but just wanted to get that question in.
You bet. Thank you. I'm sorry I told you Snake River.
that's all right. We sorted it out as Bonneville, and I'm equally as upset about it. So, and it's not your fault; it's Wyoming's fault. So, you may have to have a conversation with some colleagues in the great state of Wyoming.
As far as the lake trout in Flaming Gorge, obviously we got an overabundance of the small lake trout, less than 28 inches. That seems to be resulting in a slight decline in the number of trophy lake trout, just too many mouths to feed. Kokanee salmon, the recruitment on kokanee is down somewhat for a variety of reasons that I wouldn't understand. That's a real disappointment to people. It's a very, very popular fish. A lot of people like to spend the summers up there chasing kokanee. There was a reduction in captured spawning kokanee this fall, about a 30% reduction, which of course relates to a reduction in available kokanee to replant this next year. Smallmouth bass, again, that's somewhat disappointing. The numbers up lake, especially in the Wyoming section, are so low that Wyoming had to change their limit to no harvest. You can't keep any kokanee in Wyoming. And Utah, as you know, has reduced their harvest to 3 fish per day. The canyon area still has plenty of kokanee, plenty of smallmouth. They tend to be a little larger than the old days. But the mid-lake section has some incredibly nice smallmouth, but low populations. In the up lake, Wyoming is just very, very poor for smallmouth. Good news is the burbot numbers on the last year's netting showed a significant decrease. I think is what Ryan told me, down as low as what they saw in 2006. So the work that's being done, including the increased predation on burbot, seems to be helping and working. The absolute best time to fish, if you want to get the word out to people, the absolute best time to fish the gorge would be the month of June. It seems like everything pops in June. Everything from smallmouth to rainbows to everything except burbot. Fishing times are the rainbows attempting to spawn anywhere from late April to sometimes mid-May. It's variable depending on the seasons and the weather and the water temperatures and whatever else. You'll need to contact Ryan, but we have a kind of a phenomenon going on at the gorge, and it's the combat fishing on the boat ramps. The rainbows tend to run to the boat ramps because that's where they think they came from. And there's just a ton of people fishing for them. And it's a real highlight for people to get out there and catch all those big rainbows at one spot. Another really interesting time to fish the gorge is, you well know, you've heard about the cicada hatch, or you probably enjoyed the cicada hatch on the Green River, but that also occurs on the reservoir. So there's some incredible topwater fishing for rainbows mixed with smallmouth during that cicada hatch. It's getting very popular with fishermen. Areas of concern for the gorge are, of course, the unknown of what's going to happen to the gorge with the low water levels and the continued predation and competition for forage by the burbot and the pup lake trout. The Starvation Reservoir, DWR completed their fall gill net surveys.
Question about Flaming Gorge before we move to starvation.
Sure.
You brought up the unknown with the low water levels. Did Ryan say anything else about that with the drought reservoir operations with the negotiations among states?
They're pulling another lot it'll come down like another 6 feet this year.
Possibly.
As
The Colorado River Authority is going to take a stand on that and demand that water come out of a non-Utah reservoir, because that's 2 years in a row that we pulled water out of Flaming Gorge to prop up Lake Powell. But there's also Blue Mesa Reservoir and Navajo Reservoir that are initial units that they should be able to draw from. So they're still negotiating that. And
this was right before Christmas when I was tagging like trout out there.
yeah,
So
we still haven't completed the first year. That finishes in April. So the next year is still in negotiation among the states.
that was what I had asked too, is
Yeah.
how much more, because the Tamarack line was a long ways away from the water line. He said it was going to be even more so when we were tagging.
Yeah,
Lakers there. So
I'll see what information I can find out with the Colorado River Authority, because I meet with them regularly, and if there's a way that we can support them, I think we need to keep our water in Utah reservoirs if we can. Make the other states participate in feeling that pain.
they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys know more about that obviously than I do, but I do know if the water drops much more. My estimation, if it drops another 10 feet, you're going to lose Sheep Creek boat ramp and probably lose Anvil boat ramp, and things are going to get kind of congested. Any other questions on the gorge?
No, thanks.
Starvation, they finished the gill net survey. We haven't got a final report on that yet, the findings, but there were a whole lot of volunteers and a whole lot of lousy weather that had to contend with. And presently at Starvation, I'm getting word of a really good ice fishing bite for walleye, which is kind of unusual for Starvation. I think anglers are finally figuring out where the walleye go in that large lake, and we're getting some good returns on walleye through the ice. Nice thing about Starvation, it seems annually that Starvation is probably our best reservoir for water levels. It seems to get filled every year and remains fairly high until the late summer and early fall. The rainbow trout fishing in Starvation is continuing to be excellent. The anglers I've talked to are very excited about the trout they're catching. Mentioned this before to the committee there that I see a lot of big rainbows slayed at the fish cleaning stations, and people seem to be very happy with them, and they are incredible fish. Still a few brown trout showing up, not stocked, but coming from the river. Smallmouth bass numbers are good, and they seem to have a good mixture of sizes. A lot of different year classes, and the smallmouth anglers are pretty happy with them. I believe they've discontinued the stocking of kokanee, however, in the reservoir, and it seems to be due to what I've heard anyway, the low returns and low numbers of kokanee to stock. The walleye numbers are still way too many small walleye on the lake, and that's probably the largest emphasis that we have is encouraging people to keep small walleye. And it's the same problem I've experienced with bass fishermen. Those that are really competent at catching a lot of fish don't like to keep the fish. And those that would really like to keep the fish have a hard time catching walleye. I've talked to a number of walleye fishermen trying to catch walleye, and they're very frustrated because they can't catch walleye. Again, the guys that really are good at it, they're throwing them back. But anyway, we're working really hard to get those walleye numbers down. Yellow perch numbers are obviously very low, but it seems to be a little bit improved.
James, Natalie had talked a little bit about maybe changing the walleye limit and do a slot limit, try to, increase. Do you know if there's been any motion or movement on that at all? I can't remember the size, but it seemed like it was 10 to 14 inch or something like that, and increase the limit to try to get folks to take them.
I think that we're going to a starvation coordination meeting coming up here in a few weeks. I think that's one of the big topics is we're going to be discussing options for increasing the walleye harvest. Of course, obviously, they've also, in beginning January 1st, they've reduced the limits on panfish. I think it's 20 combined perch, crappie, and bluegill, or limit of total of 20. I think it's 20, maybe it's 10, but I'd have to go back and look at it. I try not to keep any personally because we need that forage in there. But yeah, there is going to be some discussion on that.
Hey, thank you.
You bet. That's basically all I've got. If you have any questions on starvation.
Is there any progress being made on the Strawberry River? Do you know anything that's happening coming into the lake? I know they've been doing some stuff with water quality there at Starvation, in terms of the city and stuff. Just wondered if you'd heard anything on that.
I don't. We'd have to defer to Natalie on that one.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, guys.
Good to have you here, James. Thank you. Mickey, we timed it just perfect. We waited on Central Region, hoping you'd be here.
Yeah, I was just hoping to make it for lunch.
And Tyler was going, can we wait till Mickey gets here? So
Yeah. So you, Tyler?
I am Tyler. Yeah.
Hi, Mickey. Nice to meet you. Yes, Tyler sent me some notes, and I'd be happy to read them. But even though I don't understand what it is, you've got to help me with this. All right. So first with Jordan now. It says we will have over 100 otoliths. Otoliths. I don't know what an otolith is.
It's like a your bone. Yeah, it's a bone in Asian. Yeah, we're Asian bunch of fish.
From gill nets or?
Yeah, from our current nets. Okay.
each, Mickey, just so you know, every species of fish has a very distinctive otolith bone. And so you can pull an otolith, and this is a white bass, this is a walleye, this is a trout.
Right.
It's really kind of cool. So pulling otoliths is and they have rings on them. So it's just like a tree.
Yeah,
it's just like a tree. It's pretty cool.
So that was for the age and growth of multiple species. It says we plan to get the management team back together in late spring or early summer once we have some results. We're working on having a summer cruise April through June this year. We hope to get some funds to extend it through August. The Provo Arm is ice covered, while the North Arm contains patchy ice. No anglers have been spotted. I have talked to a couple guys that have fished that North Arm, and they mostly trout at Goose Lake. Not hot fishing. They're trying to get up closer to the buoys. I haven't been there to see it myself, hoping to get a few perch. It's kind of a mix, but not great. And we're not sending anybody there yet. You know,
No, that looks rough.
Yeah.
That scares you fishing over the water.
Yeah. I got it close by and it's a fish. There's fish somewhere else. Go somewhere else right now. The Deer Creek. Anglers are ice fishing the Rainbow Bay day use area and the Island Beach day use area out in front of the access. We advise anglers to use caution as there is still some open water near the island and where the Provo River meets the lake. And the Provo River So Lower Provo, krill started 112. The Bridalveil Falls avalanche, this is what I really want to know about is, what happened and what happened below that.
I can take that part.
Please, I would love to.
Well, I put myself involved. Chris will tell me it wasn't his fault. It was all my fault. No, so Bridalveil Falls, right in the middle, Lower Provo stretch there, very popular tourist stretch. Big avalanche came through there. I don't know, some of you might have been up in there, but we were worried about if it completely dammed up the water flowing through, which it did to an extent. A lot of the water was still making it through, but there was basically a lake on the Provo River backed up for a couple 100 yards. It ended up breaking 6 hours after the avalanche happened. So the guys did the avalanche, it was there when the canyon was lit. So they're guessing 6:30, 7 o'clock is when the avalanche happened in the morning. And I was down by the river at about 1:20 when it broke. I got uphill. The water conservation guy, he ran downstream for some reason and got hung up in a tree. It's kind of a dangerous situation. A lot of water came at once. He was down there checking his building that was kind of near the flood concern area that they had just installed, and he was on the phone with his boss when everything kind of went south. So it was kind of a ordeal that happened on that day. They bumped up the flows for that evening and punched a hole through the avalanche, and now the river's flowing in its normal path. But it's going to be a problem from here on out if we get another avalanche in that area, or that avalanche debris collapses again. It's going to clog up the river again, and they're going to have to go through the same process. So it was, the Provo kind of took a beating. There were some guys fishing that had no idea that it was occurring up there. So I kind of told them, I'm like, hey, what's going on? You hear a loud noise, get out of the river, or just don't even fish today because we don't know what's going to happen again. So.
Have you looked downstream to see what happened? There's some beaver dams that it would have been really cool, I thought.
Yeah, we got our creel survey going now. So I didn't ask Caden if anything's different that he's noticed across the days or if it's changed. He just started, like I said, on the 12th. But it was dirty water. It was very sediment filled coming from way up top. It broke way up on the mountain side. It was a pretty deep break from the video that I've come across. And I think it's good now. It looks like the normal Provo, but of course, like I said, every time that snow wall collapses again in the river, it's going to dirty it back up and they're going to have to re-break it. The bridges that they put in at Bridalveil were all destroyed. There's pieces of lumber floating down the river. The trees are everywhere. Got some crazy pictures from it. It was a lot of snow that came down.
Did you see it break?
No. We just went up there. Chris gave me a call and asked if I could run up and see what it looked like, because we could only see it from the traffic cam there. We want to know if the river was completely dry and below that or not. But,
The guy from the Water Conservancy District, though, right?
Yeah.
Did you know who it was?
No, I'm
curious if I know who it is.
He was a younger guy. I don't know.
Give him some grief, Arnie.
I want to hear the story.
It was wild. He got swept up the tree that he climbed. The branch broke and he was hanging there by 1 foot and 1 leg, and water's going over the top of it. I'm not sure how he didn't get swept up in it.
Yeah.
And I was standing there, me and his friend were with, and we couldn't do anything at that point. So
How far down below Bridalveil was that?
that was right at Bridalveil.
Oh, right.
On the road. So when it broke, it ended up breaking
above the park, above Nunn's Park.
Yeah, so it broke on the north side of the river there. On the road side is where the water ended up coming down, and it rushed all the way down that road, that driving road, and kind of washed out the edge. So they're going to have a lot of structural work to try to. The road is still there, but it's road and then river all of a sudden. So there's no buffer anymore. And of course, the $2 million they spent in that park with the new walking bridge and the viewpoint are all potentially destroyed, given what logs were floating down the river and what lumber was going down. So we'll maybe see Bridalveil by May. I don't know. Depends how fast it melts and if we get another avalanche. But that stretch of the river there's some still guys fishing upstream. I saw yesterday. But of course, we're getting people that are climbing on the avalanche now at this point.
So I imagine there's probably going to be some restoration work associated with that bank washing out onto the road, right?
Yeah.
So hopefully you guys can be involved with that process.
We'll see what spring comes around. We can see what really the whole damage and how far that stretch was damaged, but
Let me know.
So did it go down just to Olmsted? Were they able to catch it there at the diversion there, or what
the
happened?
whole washout was probably a 25-minute ordeal before it really slowed down again and all the water kind of collected. And then it slowly trickled from there. I don't think it broke after the first washout. So it wasn't too much of a thing, but that was kind of what the Orem City was concerned about, is how much of this water is going to come at once, and are we going to have flooded residents? And if the diversion can't catch it. But it was a pretty quick ordeal, so nobody really had time to prepare.
It was exciting.
Oh yeah, it was a fun couple hours.
So in your note, you also said that the Central Utah Water Conservancy District increased flows on 111 to break away the ice dam and restore the normal flow. Does that come back down? Is that just to clear out?
Yeah, so now they're basically an ice tunnel where the river's flowing. So all the river's going right under the water. I haven't been down there to see what it looks like since then, but when I talked to one of their bosses who kind of managing it the next day, I ran up there and he said, yeah, we punched a big hole in it, try to keep the water. So it's all flowing normal by now, but like I said, it's a matter of when it breaks again and it clogs it back up, because eventually that snow's got to melt.
To continue on with the Provo, we'll go to the middle Provo. The midge fishing's been really good. Getting quite a bit of traffic. From what I heard before this last storm, there's 30 inches of snow. But it's a real narrow trail into the river. Once you're in, you can't get back out. So you got to find another place to get back out. And we're doing a big, they're calling it a freeze your ass off Saturday. A lot of the clubs are involved and some of the stores are involved. And we're going to meet at the hub and have breakfast and scatter on the river. So there'll be really good reports of what's going on then. But it's been a good midday midge hatch now. There's lots of people going still. Continuing Strawberry, Chicken Creek East boat ramp is completed. Parking lot is being plowed for winter use. Are they charging on that to park in there?
I don't think so.
All right. The ice fishing started off great for Cutthroat and Rainbow. Ice conditions have deteriorated from all the snow, creating severe issues with travel. Lots of snow, lots of slush. We're hearing the snowmobilers are at their own risk shooting across it. Be careful if you do it. There are slush pockets that we're hearing people getting caught in. But fishing has been great. We're hearing a lot of fishing, 15 to 25 feet of water. Cuts have rainbows.
Two of my friends were up there last week and they had a great time.
Yeah.
Feeding the eagle.
Yeah. I've been on Rockport. I know that's not Central Region, but we found big perch in 40 feet of water. Big being 12 inches. A few rainbows there. A lot of people talking about rainbows when we're walking back and forth. In shallower water coming under, just under the decks, what they're saying, just barely under the ice.
Just right on the pipe.
Yeah.
That's how it was last year.
So no, that's been really fun.
Our office guy fell through the ice
On the edges.
like over his waist, so he wasn't very close to the edge.
Wow.
So
Well, that's, we were there New Year's Day and knew we had to put 1 foot in the water to get onto the ice. And that wasn't bad. It wasn't too deep coming off though. I planned it wrong. It was pretty wide. I thought, all right, I know 1 foot's going to go in. When I lifted the weight off my foot that I thought was on solid ice, I went through.
yeah,
So-
this was Monday. He fell through. So
Yeah, we went a week ago and it firmed up and there was water on the ice, New Year's. A week ago, it wasn't bad. And then, like I said, it just,
they're gonna start pulling water out of Rockport and feeding water from Rockport through Echo down to Willard. So some of that is all this water that's coming in is raising the elevation of the lake and just making it soft. But some of it's, 35, 40 degree days on those edges is really tough. And we're able to get down into the mid-20s, the sun enough to freeze all that water.
Last couple nights been in the teens up there, so.
Yeah, but the amount of water you're needing to be 0 or below in order to freeze that hard enough to be able to walk back up.
the flow's going out of like 40 and coming in 60 to 80.
Yeah,
Something like that.
it's raising. Yeah.
Which is good. It's good
Yeah.
to see anything coming up.
Yeah, they're gonna slowly start releasing. They've got 30,000 acre feet to get to Willard. So
When does that start?
they've already started.
Okay.
Yeah, they've already started. So, yeah. They can't release as much, like I said, because of that bridge. Once they're either gonna get flooded out or they're gonna have to get it done, so. One of the two, because Weaver Basin's only gonna hold water so long.
Right.
Based on their winter, like the forecast they got last week, so. They're gonna start releasing water.
There's a lot of snow up that drainage. I was up way up by Thousand Peaks 2 weeks ago. I can't believe how much snow, and that was before that storm last Tuesday.
Yeah, we were collecting a disease cert for grayling out of Smith and Morehouse before that storm hit on Monday. Don't know what, I don't wanna know what it looks like. It was miserable on the ice. I mean, there was in places like 10 inches of water sitting on top of the ice.
I had 4-foot drifts in Silver Creek across my driveway. Most drifts I've had in years.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, that was it. What I got?
Anything on Utah Lake, Mickey?
The normal Utah Lake guys, said they're not able to fish Saratoga. The water's too low. That's normally a really good spot.
Yeah,
They've been going to Provo Boat Harbor and getting fish there.
but it's really low there. too.
Yeah, and those guys are regulars. I
Right.
don't want to name a nationality, but they've taken off. They're headed to Willard now. They're going after crappie, or not Willard, Pine, going after crappie at Pine View. They come in the store and I talk to all of them. And they've given up on Utah Lake, so we're not getting the current reports now. Provo Boat Harbor was good for a while.
Yeah.
Um,
All the first of the year flush and then it's gone. And this year
Yeah.
there's just not enough water to.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a spot over in Saratoga. If you start walking out from the boat ramp, and one of the theories is it's where everybody starts up their boats or powers onto their trailers. It actually digs a trough. Yeah, you find that trough and it is really good, but like 5 feet on either side of it, there's nothing. And that trough is all the way down this year, so.
So Chris has got his hand up online.
Chris?
Hey, I was just going to chime in on Utah Lake. Mickey, I've been getting quite a few reports, been down there and talked to a few guys lately. You've got a little bit of ice left down at the marina, but there's also a lot of open water. So a lot of guys just been fishing the open water, and I've heard pretty good things for white bass. I might just say that it's been a little inconsistent. So some of those guys, they say they don't catch anything for like, 30 minutes or so, and they just keep moving around until they find the school, and then they catch a white bass every other cast. Also, Ken Strong and some other people have told me that they've been starting to pick up quite a few pike here lately, both around the marina and Lincoln Beach.
Perfect.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Randy, I believe we're within a couple of minutes of coming on to the Habitat folks, just not sure what their schedule is.
Yeah, no, we're doing pretty well. Yeah. So we were going to have outreach come on and we were going to talk about outreach and kind of some priorities for the upcoming year. I think the only outreach person is going to be on is Faith Jolly. I've been texting her this morning, so I know she's aware of it. Is going to get on. So hopefully she gets on here any second now. But I think what I'll go ahead and do is maybe get the ball rolling on this, and hopefully she gets on here really quickly because we're going to want some input from her. But I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here so people online can see what I got, and I'll put it up here so people in the room can see it as well. But so I'll make this a little bigger. I feel like it's getting smaller, and I'm trying to make it bigger. Something makes sense. How that works. But anyway, one thing we want to talk about is just establishing some priorities for outreach for the upcoming year and kind of get things scheduled out and kind of know the direction we're going in. So one thing I just want to point out is that our executive order states that one purpose of Blue Ribbon is to quote unquote make recommendations to the Division of Wildlife Resources regarding publicity and promotion of Blue Ribbon fisheries among residents and non-resident owners. So this is something that Blue Ribbon is tasked with, is promoting our Blue Ribbon fisheries in the state. So, the way we accomplish that primarily is by leveraging the division's outreach department and some of the the tools they have at their disposal. So, various social media posts, press releases. We do our own seminars here at Blue Ribbon, but there's a lot of input from the outreach staff as well of, live streaming those, providing us event space, advertising and things like that. So there's definitely a lot of cooperation that goes on with that. So what I'd like to do today is identify some potential outreach items for the upcoming year, basically assign people who will be responsible for those items, and then also come up with a completion date. So we kind of have a schedule when we're done here of what we're planning on doing for the upcoming year. I'm seeing if Faith has hopped on, which she hasn't yet. So what I'm going to do is kind of a exercise, just put a bunch of sticky notes up, let people chime in with ideas here. But 3 kind of categories, maybe 2 categories: social media, seminars / kind of in-person events. So that could be, we haven't done much of these, but putting the booth up at some kind of fishing event, or maybe getting involved in Kids Fishing Day, something like that. It's just, kind of a similar idea. The reason I lump them together is they are kind of in-person things, and they probably involve very similar staff from our outreach department. And the third one are press releases. So what I kind of thought we could do is roll through these and put some sticky notes up, and you guys could just tell me what you want me to write. I'll go ahead and write it, but we'll kind of talk through these, get some ideas on paper, and then when Faith's on, we could maybe bounce these off of her and see what she thinks. I think definitely one consideration, it looks like Faith is on. Thanks for getting on, Faith. I'll just make a quick introduction. So Faith Jolly's on. She's from outreach staff, so she's our public information officer. I think she's effectively our assistant chief over outreach. So she handles a lot of the press releases and kind of oversight of just outreach activities, which the DWR does. And just to catch you up to speed, Faith, we're kind of setting the stage for coming up with a schedule here for outreach for the upcoming year. We haven't put anything on paper yet. I've kind of broken things down by, social media ideas, press release ideas, and seminar / in-person kind of things that we could do. And I was going to have people maybe give me some ideas. I'll put some sticky notes up on the jam board that I've got here. But I think, where we can use input from you is obviously a lot of this relies on you and your staff to carry out, kind of ground truthing what's feasible, when are we crossing the line for being too much, and then using, since, you're the expert here on this, what makes sense to do and what doesn't make sense to do in terms of, the impact it's going to have on our audience. So that's kind of where we're going here. Okay. So we want to start social media. We can start there with ideas. I can tell you traditionally what we've done, this has kind of fallen apart over the last few months, but it's been every other week social media posts related to Blue Ribbon. Generally, I've worked with our outreach department to generate ideas for these. Generally, we've highlighted Blue Ribbon Fisheries or Blue Ribbon kind of happenings. So, explaining the function of Blue Ribbon around kind of key, I guess, events throughout the Blue Ribbon year. So things like funding proposals, when those are approved, putting up a social media post that gets into, kind of what was approved, and reminding the public that Blue Ribbon exists. We got so many dollars available. This is Blue Ribbon, having a say in how the division allocates money to benefit anglers. So we do a post like that every year. We do a post around our water evaluations, announcing kind of new Blue Ribbon fisheries, or at the very least, what we've done. So I think this year we're centered more around on, we reevaluated some fisheries and here's what we came up with. Beyond that, we fill out the rest of the year kind of with fishing ideas, places to go, try to rotate them around the regions, try to make them timely. So, hitting on opportunities, right now there might be ice fishing stuff going out, or, summer, kind of explaining different opportunities for family fishing and other things. So that's kind of what we've done for the last probably 2 years or so. And I'm okay with carrying that forward, but I'm open to other ideas that people have. If you want to go a different direction with this, keep going every other week or so. I've kind of backed off during the winter. There's less to say during the winter months, but keep going with that, or we can go down a different route, or abandon this if people don't want to go down this anymore.
One of the things we've had a couple of projects that have had some real impact on those waters, like the new marinas at Fish Lake and the Chicken Creek East boat ramp going in. And then we've done a little bit of improvement on Jordanelle up at the Rock Creek Arm on, personal watercraft launching and personal watercraft, you didn't hear anything about kayak tournaments basically 15 years ago, and you can't really get on any of the fishing sites now without, kayak tournaments and things that are going on there. So one of the things I'd like to see is that I'd like to see us do something on the Chicken Creek East. What's been done there and what else is going to be done. I'm not sure. Has all of the stream restoration, they were going to kind of bring all those streams together, Tyler, and on Chicken Creek East. I mean, because that was more of a delta going into the parking lot, and they were going to get some redirection there. And just wondering, I'd like to see some of this personal watercraft. I'd like to see us do a little bit more with that.
Okay, so I put three things up, sorry.
No,
So
and then the last one was put a GPS tracker on Mickey. That just uploads pictures. So all the rest of us would be encouraged that, yes, there are fish in those waters, despite how many Terry and I caught, which was none, but yeah.
It could be like the wildlife migration videos.
Yeah.
The map just like shows.
Instead of where's Waldo, where's Mickey?
Yeah.
probably incorporate, right? It's a
I don't-
GPS caller, you got everywhere, so.
Well, that sounds like fun. It's a good idea because I know some of the places that Mickey fishes and I would never tell people about them.
Thank you. Thanks for your support.
Okay, so the piggyback on what you said is probably more highlighting the projects, which we do some during the year, but I think we could make that more regimented. And I put a specific note on Chicken Creek East.
Oh, I'd like to see us do something. I mean, people ought to know that there's some really good opportunities there. And if we get some change in the access and stuff, Pine View would be one that because we've got some pretty negative feedback on that one, Clint, but if we could do something positive, that would be one that I'd like to see happen.
What are our social media options? Is Facebook, Instagram?
I think you can chime in on this primarily. Facebook.
Yeah, so we use Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and I think Jess has been putting them on all three for these twice a month Blue Ribbon specific posts. Yeah, and then just to kind of
right.
Sorry, you what?
You guys aren't allowed to do TikTok, right? That was
yeah,
like
don't. It's too soon, Jordan. Don't bring it up. Yeah, we're still pretty sad about it. But yes, our TikTok did get zapped, unfortunately. So that is not an option for us right now.
Okay.
And also YouTube, obviously, for any video content.
Okay.
Okay, so I added something positive on Pine View. We could work on what that looks like. And then you also mentioned hand launch opportunity. I mean, you brought up personal watercraft, but I think we can highlight, more of the hand launch stuff.
Any hand launch, yeah. It was that. And do we have something on social media, Clint, for the Cisco Disco? That would be one. The Bourbon Bash, the Cisco Disco, the Freezer behind off one, that might be.
I don't, you're asking everybody to hashtag their pictures, any Instagram, with Blue Ribbon.
Yeah, we're on a Blue Ribbon water, so if we could get any pictures back from that, especially with 30 inches of snow on this side. I've been trying to go up a Tipple Fork and American Fork and getting into there, unless you've got a bridge or something that you can get access to, the fishing's great. But I
gotta get there.
It's how do you get down there? So
What is our hashtag again? I'm trying to find it.
What was it? Whoever said it.
It's like Blue Ribbon Utah. It's a hashtag.
There's a number of them out there that
We can look up. I'm just making a note on that. So I apologize for any spelling. You guys can't see my screen, but this is a 1-point font, so I can't really type in here. Faith, I think you put your hand up. Let you go for it.
Oh, yeah. And I was going to say, sorry, apologies. I did invite Jess because she's obviously more pertinent to the social media portion of this, but she was tied up with some other stuff today. Um, but I was going to mention, I know we're not to the news release section of the outreach, but just to kind of chime in, I do typically do a couple news releases that kind of, so I'll do one like at your November meeting, I think it is, that highlights here's all the upcoming projects that are approved and funded and basically what's going to be happening for the next year. So we do share that on social media as well, and that goes out to the just traditional news media. But I do like the idea of that was said to like highlight these specific projects in real time as they're completed or as there's updates or whatever on social media as well, just so we're kind of blasting that information multiple times as kind of a reminder that these improvements are happening throughout the year. So I guess I wanted to just kind of chime in and give some of that context. We are highlighting a lot of these, but it's usually in like a bulk, here's all the projects. And so doing one-offs updates with pictures would be great. I will say, just from an outreach standpoint, one of our biggest challenges is getting the footage. So I just maybe would put a plug to this group. If you are on site with the construction or whatever, or if you're taking a fishing trip up there and can get some pictures to Randy and then he can disseminate that to us to share, that's usually our biggest battle, is having the footage to share of some of these water bodies and projects.
Yeah, maybe what we could do is, if you're going to maybe continue working a 2-week cycle that we're working on. I think we've already put some ideas for maybe some fresh stories on here. That's been the hard part, is coming up with some fresh stuff. I'd like to maybe keep generating a few more ideas here, but maybe after this meeting, what I could do is put that in a spreadsheet, which I've traditionally handed off to Jess anyway. I can give it to you, Faith, but then maybe if working with Blue Ribbon here and maybe assigning some point people, if people have a date, maybe then we could get some pictures and stuff like that. If somebody knows that by June or whatever, we need some pictures of the Chicken Creek project or something like that, we can work on getting that.
I think that's great. Yeah. And she did say the twice a month cycle has been great. And just, yeah. So I think if you can kind of let her know what you want to highlight and get some footage to her, she can easily put together some posts for that. She did tell me to pass along, since she couldn't make it for this month, the post she's planning is we've been doing a series of fishing trip blog posts for each of our 5 regions. So just kind of scattered across the state. Here's water bodies to hit in this area, other things to do, whatever. It's just kind of like an itinerary, weekend itinerary kind of for fishing. This last one that she's doing is the northeastern region, and it is focused on ice fishing. So she's planning to put that together for the end of this month. And I believe all, if not all, most of the water bodies that are being highlighted are Blue Ribbon. So that was kind of the focus that she was planning for the next post on social media.
Yeah, that's what we've been doing for the last several months. Thanks for bringing that up, Faith. Yeah, Jessica has been doing these kind of travel around the different regions and hit the fishing opportunities in there, and we've been picking off the list of things she's highlighting Blue Ribbon Fisheries and trying to extract from a longer blog post, which is probably a couple 3 pages long, just the little snippet about Blue Ribbon opportunities and turning it into a social media post.
That article that Dave sent from down on Sand Hollow and that you did for the local paper there that was picked up several places.
Yeah. And I think, Faith could attest to this, but, a lot of our press releases are things that she writes, and she'll interview me or our other biologists, and then we float them out broadly across different, news agencies, and basically say, here's a free story if you want to pick it up. So you see the same content show up often from several sites because of that.
One I would think is I do something on. There's some seriously nice rainbow coming out of starvation. That might be one that we could do. As soon as the ice is off, those rainbows start getting very active, and that would be. I mean, we got into some nice fish last year.
I'm gonna write something. I can't talk and write at the same time here.
I mean,
what I was gonna say is, I think we just did a press release about all of our fishing records in 2022, and I think it was 11 different records that were broken. I think this came out a week or two, maybe 3 weeks ago, something like that. An amazing number of those records were broken like in December. It feels like the ice gets on, and then we start seeing a bunch of trophy fish, and it feels like there's an opportunity there for a social media post or a press release, you know, really digging into maybe trophy fishing opportunities, kind of right about that time frame, and say ice fishing is coming, but also if you like catching big fish, this seems to be our time. And then maybe piggybacking on just our fishing records for the year, which seemed like a high number this year. I don't think we usually see 11, so there might be a trend there of us seeing more larger fish getting pulled out statewide and getting on that. So I think we missed our opportunity maybe for hitting this year, but maybe, you know, when we come up with our kind of fishing record post next year, timing that out and kind of providing a little more context on that opportunity, like it's starvation.
Or even doing one that kind of, you know, most people don't think about a catch and release record for grayling. You know, I think we do a catch and release record for every fishable fish. And then we've got the Colorado river squawfish coming up, because we changed the regulations this year. That would be one that I would think that we could highlight early in the year, because that's just going to be coming out, and that might be one to really feature.
Yeah, and it was round-tailed chub.
Or round-tailed chub,
I think, you know, I mean, it's a new fishing opportunity that we should do some highlighting on here, because it's a unique thing. It's a unique part of the state river systems. And you're right about the fishing record. There's no record for it right now because it's not a fish, but the first person that catches one, even if it's that big, is going to be the state record holder.
Yeah.
So many days.
I'm ready, man.
I'll bring that.
Gotta get it somehow.
Well, and there's
the new Ray Johnson.
Oh, I don't want to hear his name. I'm sorry. I mean, and especially where there's some fairly specific regulations that go with that, depending on where you're fishing. That would be one that I would like to see come out relatively soon, because don't we change that in March?
It's technically enacted right now, so it was January 1.
So, yeah.
So we could do something. It's hard balance. I like maybe timing some of the fishing stuff out more toward the springtime when fishing season happens. But you're right, this one's available, and
that one's available. I mean, you could go down today and fish that one.
Yeah,
and that's kind of fun. So I know Russ and Larry were talking about. We have a couple of seminars that we in the past have done. Kokanee, walleye.
Ice fishing.
Yeah. And we've had good turnout for them.
Dave's wanted some stuff down in the southern region. And I'd like to go down in, you know, mud season. So you guys can get some sunshine.
Dave, what could we do as a public, you know, some of the seminars we've had up here in Salt Lake, what could we do maybe down in your part of the turf, you and Nick maybe?
Well, you mentioned Kokanee one.
Yeah, so we talked about doing a Kokanee seminar at Fish Lake or maybe in Richfield. And we talked a little bit with the Moultons that own the Fish Lake Lodge there, and I think they'd be open to doing something if that's the route we want to go. I'm not sure if it'd be better to have something at the lake or if you get better attendance in Richfield or in a city like that. But those are a couple options. And then I think another option might be doing something for warm water in St. George. I think you get pretty good turnout for that. Those were two things that I think we've talked about in the past anyway.
I was wondering, Nick, warm water, you know, I'm going to talk a little about this afternoon, but the kind of management planning efforts down that direction. If maybe it would actually make sense to wait doing a seminar related to that until that management plan is complete, and maybe tying some of the biology management plan into kind of a fishing seminar.
Yeah, especially, for Washington County, it makes sense to wait until that management plan's done. I think the information we could provide would just be a lot better.
I agree with Nick. I would love to see Kokanee seminar take place in Richfield or up to Fish Lake. I don't, you guys have seminars in Salt Lake for the public up there, but I don't think Southern Utah people are going to drive up for those seminars. So it'd be awesome to see something down in Southern Utah at Fish Lake or Richfield.
I agree with you, Nick. I think maybe there's two sides to look at it. Do you do one out on the, not on the ice, but right there at the lake live, or try to draw in more people and try to do it in Richfield? And I'd be something that Rush, you and Larry could take a look at and see what we could do. I think we're too late to do a walleye seminar. That's mid-February, be kind of tough to put together, but that one, end of May, 1st of June, down in Richfield. Is there a venue down there that we could go to and use in Richfield?
Yeah, we can find something. We have meetings there all the time. The county has a building with some rooms you can use, and then there's other agencies there that I'm guessing we could borrow their building if we needed to, the Forest Service. And so yeah, I'm sure we could find a venue in Richfield if that's the route we wanted to go.
Okay.
I'm sure you went to the restroom, but
that's something that you and Larry would
so May time.
take the lead on, and then Dave, would you mind being involved with that with Larry and Russ?
I would certainly be involved, although I know nothing about catching kokanee.
Well, I mean, just getting it set up and stuff, and I've got a couple of contacts that maybe we could get some people down there that, if they knew a date, and if we could start at least planning something toward, what are you thinking, mid-May to the 1st of June somewhere, because the kokanee are going to start, they really start coming on at Fish Lake about the 1st of June, don't they, Nick? It's pretty much the same as strawberry.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm as good a kokanee fisherman as Dave, but yeah, I think any time in that late spring should be good. Yeah, probably the biggest thing for us is once we get a date, then we can lock down a venue and make sure we get something.
Just a couple of questions. I think these target faith really, but first, can we get support advertising the seminar? I think we have in the past. I just want to check on that. And then the second thing is, I guess in terms of technical support, or maybe getting a YouTube video or something like that of this. I don't know if we need to live stream it, but what would work best logistically? Is there a location, or can we get support for that, or any kind of ideas you have?
Yeah, so I think probably the best route to go is to partner with our regional outreach teams in the different areas of the state, because they're typically the ones that are putting on the bulk of our events like this. So they can help us set up and securing a venue, whatever you need. And then some of them could also help with like a recording of it. Yeah, the live streaming is a little more technical, and Mike Christensen, who is streaming today's meeting, just doesn't always have the bandwidth and availability to come and do a full-on live stream. But a lot of our regional outreach staff could do like a recording. So I think tonight they are doing a recording of this one. And so anyway, yeah, I think that's probably the best option, is to kind of get that information to and kind of pair up with the regional outreach teams. And then we do a whole marketing process where we'll put it on our Eventbrite, have people register that way, share it on social media. We can do flyers. We post it, just on the website. So anyway, we have kind of a whole process, I guess, for marketing, depending on kind of what you need. So yeah, I would say that's probably the best thing, is to determine where you're going to hold the event, and then reach out to that regional office, and they can have the outreach teams help there.
Okay. And I don't see a need to live stream it. I think we've looked at live streaming these before and we get like 2 people to watch it live. There's a lot of people watch recordings on YouTube after the fact, but
Yeah.
for the live views, it's so minimal, it's not worth the effort.
Nick, who's your outreach manager?
So Adam Cavalunas is our outreach manager. It was Phil Tuttle, but they changed jobs recently. But Adam's great. We've worked with him on a bunch of stuff. He comes out with us netting and surveying, and so yeah, I'll touch base with them, and I'm sure they'll be really happy to help out with that. So that'll be good.
Okay. What was the last name again?
Cavalunas is his last name.
Mike Fisher, if you're on, have you got, Mickey's left the room here for a second. We'll put him on the spot, but would it be possible, do you have some folks that could be involved with, if we could put something together for a kokanee seminar down in Richfield? Are there folks that maybe you could work with or you personally would do? I can't see if Mike's still on.
Yeah, I don't know. Calvin has his hand up though.
Okay.
So we might want to go to Calvin, let him put his 2 cents in. It looks like Mike's not on right now.
Okay. Calvin?
I was just going to add, in the Southeast region, our regional outreach manager has put together a fly tying and a fly fishing seminar regionally every year. Tom Ogden, who's been a former Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council member and big supporter of the division down here, helps with that. And so that might be something as a seminar you guys may want to look at a bigger scale. That they would have the first seminar was teaching them how to tie flies, what type of flies and everything like that. And then the next seminar was they would go out to either the local community fish ponds. I also think they went to Huntington Canyon and went up to Huntington Creek and fished with the flies that they tied the seminar before. And so it was kind of a 2-pronged outing for an outreach thing, which was very successful down here. And they've been doing it for several years. So that might be something people might be interested in.
Oh, and John Schultz, that's been on the Blue Ribbon, he said that they get involved with that fly fishing that they do down here at the South Town. And we maybe could do something to have a Blue Ribbon booth be involved with that. And I'll take that and pass it back to Randy, but I'll reach out to John Schultz and just ask him when that seminar is, unless somebody, Mickey, do you know what it is?
It's around April 13th.
Yeah, but
Justin Grover, I think, was going to be in charge of it through the Stonefly Society. He might be at this fish out Saturday. He said, I'll try to.
Would you mind reaching out to him, and then you and I communicate on what we need to do? So you and I kind of liaison on that one, Vicky, and see what we can do to, because we could do maybe a little Blue Ribbon booth there and we've got some pamphlets and stuff we could pass out, Randy.
Yeah.
And Faith, if there's something that maybe you could add to that, that would help us, maybe we could just have a screen set up and whatever we've got, but might pay for us to be there at that seminar.
DWR has a booth at that Wasatch Fly Expo.
Do we?
Yeah,
Okay.
or we have in the past anyways.
Yeah, as of last year, they did. And Bill Quaff is real involved from High Country in that, and I can reach out to him.
If you'll reach out, let's see if we can't get involved with that one and make sure that Blue Ribbon's got a presence there. You tell me the date for sure, Mickey, and then I can see if I can make sure.
14th and 15th.
14th and 15th.
Yeah.
April 14th, 15th.
And I can man booth for a while because I help out, checking for wristbands at the gate, or there's a lot of volunteers.
I know 14th and 15th, I'm in town, so I could get involved.
And the nice thing about some of these is, our role as Blue Ribbon is to increase public awareness of the Blue Ribbon program.
Right.
And if some of these really involve one person manning a booth or even giving, say, the DWR Blue Ribbon materials like brochures that could be handed out.
Right.
We do that with minimal effort, I guess, is kind of our
Sure.
if there's a pamphlet that'll be handed out, Fish Tech has a booth. I'm there the entire show. I do advanced fly casting, the Euro fishing class, and small stream classes at that. They're at the expo.
Yeah.
And we have a booth there. I'd love to have them in our booth, just hand out.
Maybe
Or reprint the bingo cards.
reprint the bingo cards. I'm
Yeah.
thinking timeline of all this. I need to take stock of what I've got around. We may want to put all our effort in, say, one event this year, and then next year we got time to maybe get stuff reprinted and loaded
Yeah,
up for a
if
more
you have
complete
anything, I'm
circuit.
doing a talk for High Country, February 1st, and for the Bonneville Fly Fishers, February 14th.
Yeah, and I feel like for some of these, I'm not saying we need to do a lot, but if you're talking somewhere and you can make just a 30-second pitch for Blue Ribbon, that
Yeah.
kind of meets the purpose right there.
This is the shirt I'll be wearing.
Yeah.
I do mention it.
Well, I think we could put something together for April.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still 3 months out on that, and we got the timing right. You know, I know, I don't know if you've passed out all your bingo cards, Mickey, but I know Mike has passed all of his out, and they seem to be fairly popular, right? You know? I know I looked at it and go, okay, I still got to check that one off, you know, so, you know. For what it's worth, that might be one we could get involved with and fairly quickly.
I think Calvin, you got your hand up. Go for it.
Yeah, one more event that I think you guys could help out on is not only does the Central Region has the Salem Pond Special Needs Fishing event, but we have one down here also. I think anytime Blue Ribbon could help on any of these kids fishing events and just be present there to you know, wear your shirts, be out in the public while helping on these events would be fantastic and help, you know, promote the council and also all the projects we do at some of these youth events. Down here, we have the Forest Service, Helper City, DWR, the Skyline Mine. We have a bunch of people all helping out on ours down here. So even just having a couple Blue Ribbon reps to come down and help hand out rods to you know, kids to go fish, I think would go a long way. So that's just something else.
Can we, Calvin, and this really goes to all regions, maybe a list of events for Blue Ribbon, maybe getting a couple volunteers rounded up could be a good thing. We could put them out and have people just show up and wear your shirt and help
Do you
these
know,
things.
Yeah, we
know
can.
what your kids' fishing day is, Cal, by any chance?
It's usually mid-June.
Okay.
The fishing guidebook, it'll line up with Free Fishing Day,
So
usually.
ours is a different day. It's
Okay.
after Free Fishing Day. So it's usually in June or early July after that. But we can add it to the Google spreadsheet with our sampling events, and we can just put these youth fishing events that we have across the state on that spreadsheet requesting help.
Okay, I'll take a look at that spreadsheet, see if I need to add a column or something to make that happen, but it would be nice to have it all consolidated in one place.
Well, the CAST program for kids too. That's, you know, they always can use folks there to help be volunteers. And that one, is typically it's Strawberry.
Our officers and highway patrol.
Okay, I mean, I'll take a look at that, and I can send us out a reminder after today's meeting to the regions to make sure they have that information. Right now, I think there's probably not any volunteer opportunities. There's few volunteer opportunities on there because it's winter. There's just less going on.
Yeah.
But
Okay, but it sounds like we could get involved in April.
yeah,
April, that's an easy deal.
Yeah.
And then, this trout in the classroom thing, there ought to be a post go out on social media on that, because they just delivered eggs up to Summit County for, I don't know, 7 or 8 tanks in the class.
yeah,
That's not
We-
Blue Ribbon.
We did do some social media posts about the trout in the classroom.
Okay.
That's TU, isn't it?
yeah, it's a TU thing.
Yeah. That's a neat program, Faith. I'm glad you guys posted something on that. Thank you. It's not ours, but that is really a neat thing for the kids.
My wife's got 2 tanks, so it is kind of mine. I hear about it all the time.
My wife has one. Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess seminars, in-person stuff, any other ideas? So right now we've got the ideas for a Kokanee fishing seminar somewhere down south, probably May, June. So we'll have, I guess, what Larry and Russ work with, I guess, Nick and the Southern Region staff and get something together. I think David could be involved in that too, being the Southern Region rep, and we'll get something put together. Something we'll work on for various fly tying events. So I think, Calvin brought up what they do down their region, and the Wasatch Expo is be another one. And then kind of bonifying our list of just volunteer events. We're just having people show up and help out and make sure it has some outreachy stuff in addition to getting out and helping people just in the field.
Yeah. Hey, Randy.
Yeah.
What about fishing for catfish? It's an opportunity that I don't think is utilized to a great extent. But I think between Utah Lake and Willard Bay, those are two blue ribbon areas. I think we could have something there. I don't know.
A noodling seminar?
Huh?
Noodling seminar?
Oh, no. That's illegal in the city of Utah.
I don't think anybody here looked good in a bikini compared to the guys.
Is it really?
Yeah,
You can't.
it's an illegal method of
It's
taking.
always one of those.
You're talking like a social media post highlighting that as an opportunity.
No, I was thinking
Oh,
a seminar.
Okay.
That would work down south.
Well, it would, but I mean,
I think it'd work great at Willard.
We can get Crockett to do it at Utah Lake. Do up all the spots.
I don't think Chris has ever caught a catfish.
Not with Rex around. I haven't. He's like a giant sack of bananas. He's a jinx.
I'm just throwing it out there as a thought,
I think it's a
because I
great
think
idea.
there's an option there, one for kids. I'll go and chase cats at Willard once or twice a year, and have started, fishing slip bobbers for them, and it's kind of fun to watch a big bobber just get tanked by a kitty cat. So, but I don't know how. I know it happens a lot on the Bear River. There's a lot of people that will go chase cats on the Bear. It's not Blue River water, but I think it's a different clientele than kokanee fishermen, and it's a different clientele than walleye guys. Anyways,
You
thought-
know what,
I thought-
Randy? I think that's a great idea, and that's one we could put together. Maybe for on our social media posts. I mean, people know we've got trout in this state, that we've got rainbows and cutthroats, but maybe some of these other, here's waters that have catfish in them. These are where channel catfish are. This is where, black bullheads are. And if I can keep working on Chris, this is where blue catfish are in Utah Lake, so, never gonna happen with June sucker, but.
I made a note on the social media one as well. And what you're saying is kind of aligning with the strategic thing that the division is moving towards. And that's really, long term, we're looking at Utah's population growing. We're looking at, climate change kind of scenarios, and probably down the road, we need to really highlight our warm water fishing opportunities in the state, because those are an area we can expand into a little bit more. So,
Well, and put them out as a post. Hey, just so you know, you think about Willard, you think about Lake Powell, you think about Utah Lake, Yuba. There's a lot of places that we have catfish that, I don't think folks, it's just not a first choice, but,
One thought I had is, we could highlight Willard, Utah Lake, Bear River as being kind of our elite catfishing opportunities. But we could also make this a kids fishing event, because during the summer months, we do some stocking of catfish in our community waters, and tying this into how to fish for catfish. And by the way, if you really want a much larger experience, it's not a community fishery. Here's how you could apply some of these things at some of these other reservoirs in the state. It's just another bend on that.
Like Willard won't have these great big cats like they're getting, and guys are chasing it in Bear Lake or in Bear River or at Utah Lake. But I have no problem, chasing 4 to 6 pound catfish.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm catching from shore. and catching a half a dozen of them in an hour or so and missing another half dozen, before the sun goes down and the mosquitoes come out and me and the kids bail, right? So it's an option. One, because I love eating them. They're super good eating. They put up a heck of a scrap, and it's just not something. Everybody's a willard for wipers along the shore, but as soon as that push is gone, there's a few guys throwing cranks or throwing jigs or something, but there's nobody chasing cats.
Catfish numbers have really exploded.
And they're like, and every year, and this year, this fall was there's another age classic catfish that showed up in our nets. So they're just gonna keep going.
On a spinner rig, a catfish is a lot of fun. They are a lot of fun in Willard.
But don't we have to tie these to a blue ribbon water?
Well,
Willard's a blue
Willard
ribbon.
and
Yeah,
Utah Lake.
I'm just saying.
No, Utah Lake's not blue
You can't
ribbon.
skip
Oh, it's
Mission
But
Creek,
Lake Powell is a blue ribbon.
Yeah.
but I think we gotta have that.
We have the tie, but these are also blue ribbon opportunities. I would argue.
But it's being presented by Blue Ribbon as a council, as a seminar by Blue Ribbon. You can highlight the waters that are, but here's some other waters that are really good. I fished the lower Weaver with my kids for bullheads, Pine View for bullheads. Oh my goodness. I mean, you can't stop. Once June hits, they're there. So, it was just a thought. Not that we need to have another seminar in northern Utah or central Utah, but it's way different than walleyes and kokanee and
Right.
I mean, well, doesn't that apply to tiger muskie? I mean, we have blue ribbon waters with tiger muskie, and we have funded some of that. And if you're going to talk about different species, and most folks don't know how to fish for those at all.
Before we move on, I know Faith's had her hand up for a couple minutes. Throw it to her, let her chime in here.
Oh, no, you're
Please.
fine. I was just gonna say, just kind of piggybacking off of this, along with doing some kind of seminar that's offering tips on catching catfish, and you could just, like you said, focus it at one water body. We could also do a blog post that would live on the DWR website that's kind of a roundup of all the water bodies that have good catfish opportunities and make it kind of longer, include tips on the best ways to catch them. And then that's something we could share on social media as well. So that's kind of another way you could maybe tag team both of those, get out all the messaging for all the waters you want to include without having to do multiple events at each of those waters.
That's a good idea. I was going to ask Faith, have we done a blue ribbon blog post? I think maybe we've done like one, but I don't remember. Maybe you don't know off the top of your head.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. I could look. Yeah. But yeah, I think doing like for blogs, at least, I think doing more of a angle like that, that's like highlighting the specific waters or the specific species where you can catch, where to catch these species at the waters. I think that is good. And then you can kind of add some blue ribbon messaging into it rather than just doing like a blog about the program itself. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's another
But
tab.
anyway, yeah.
And
throwing that out as another resource that we could use another tool to do the outreach on this.
And we self-produce these blog posts, so I mean, we don't want them to be too long, but they give us opportunity to use more words than we can in a press release, and because we're publishing them, we're not relying on a news source to pick up the story and have interest in it, so.
And you can have some video clips, you can have some pictures and things like that too.
Yeah, so if you haven't seen our blog, they come out pretty nice. Okay, anything else for ideas people have? Yeah, go for it, Jamie.
Oh, I was just thinking, you're talking about seminars and training, and this may not be a good idea, and please disregard it if it's not. But I was thinking more in the line of in the northeastern region, things that we need for the health of our particularly our reservoirs. Starvation, we need to take walleye out. We need to get small walleye out. Flaming Gorge, we need to get small lake trout out. And common thing that I see in talking to anglers and talking to biologists both is people just aren't able to catch those fish all the time. I've watched so many walleye fishermen in starvation and talked to them, and they're frustrated that they can't catch walleye. And I talked to Ryan. He mentioned the same thing about lake trout. With all those pup lake trout in the lake, he'll tell people what to do and where to go, and then they'll call him back, he said, and say, well, it didn't work. We couldn't catch any. And they're discouraged. And, I thought, what is the common denominator in all this? And it seems to me that people don't know how to use, I'm talking about boat fishermen, they don't know how to use their electronics. It's amazing to me how many fishermen I see that fish, they're eternally optimistic. If they put a hook in the water, they just know a fish is there. They don't know how to find fish before they go fishing. That's a common problem with walleye fishermen that are trying is they start fishing instead of finding the fish. The key to catching walleye is find the walleye. And then they're not that terribly difficult to catch after that sometimes. I was wondering about if people had help with how to use what they've spent so much money on mounted on their boats, how to use those electronics to actually find the fish that we want them to take out of the lake.
So I added two. I think maybe we could talk about the use of electronics as kind of a seminar topic. And then I kind of took your pup lake trout and the walleye at starvation ideas. I think maybe there's an opportunity for a blog post where we could expand that out and talk about, the role of angling and fishing pressure in our fisheries management. Because there's certain times where for us to make a better fishery, we really need anglers to help us by harvesting some fish and kind of getting into some of the rationale behind that and some of the opportunities in the state where we could use a hand.
Middle Provo.
Yeah.
On the trout. We could lose a lot of smaller trout there. I think we really could.
Yeah, for sure.
And boy, the mentality right now in the middle of Provo is you catch it, you put it right back in the water.
Yeah.
Don't even think about grilling it or
you're
frying
saying
it up
that you
or
kill
whatever. So
Yeah, we had that discussion a couple of years ago. You could not get people to keep them.
no,
don't know
and we
if we
need them to
change
keep
that.
them.
It's a trend we've seen. People keep fewer and fewer fish, and it's creating some problems in some places where we could use some harvest. Jordanelle, smallmouth. It's another place where probably some additional harvest could be used.
And maybe we could just do a blog post on, hey, folks, here's some places we really need you to take the fish
Yeah,
and eat them.
and I kind of listed that as sticky note as a blog post. I think we could put some of the biology into it too to kind of bring the fish management perspective into it.
That's really important.
Yeah.
Yeah, to let people know this is why you need to be taking those fish out of there. So, and I think having that seminar on electronics, I don't remember us having a seminar on electronics.
So,
And
We've had
my
parts.
guess is, Mickey, you and Mike might have,
Yeah, a little bit.
you and Mike might have access to folks that know a little bit about electronics.
Byron won't even buy them right now. Yeah, anyway, but, and going to that, is there like a YouTube post, I don't know what else to call it, from Blue Ribbon, just a Blue Ribbon YouTube, where all these seminars can be recorded, a seminar on using electronics. If somebody types in, how do I use my depth finder?
I know we've got it on the kokanee, I know we've got it on walleyes, we've done some.
Is there one place where all Blue Ribbon stuff can go?
what I believe, and I'm racking my memory here, but the division has a YouTube page. And then what we've done is I think on the Blue Ribbon page, we've kind of created links off the division page to the Blue Ribbon specific seminars to help identify those. So it's not really a YouTube channel per se, but we've kind of provided links, here are the relevant ones that are Blue Ribbon related.
Well, I do.
I was gonna say on our YouTube channel, we can create like playlists that are like that, here's all the Blue Ribbon seminars that are recorded that are in this specific playlist. I don't know if Mike has the capability to chime in, but he would know if we do already have that set up.
Where I was
Mike,
going
are
with that
you? I don't know.
there's on our page, there's Blue Ribbon seminars and they all have a link. They only go back to 2019. Or they end at 2019, but each one, when you click on it, it brings up a video.
And can small posts like, if somebody did one on how to use electronics, is that something that could be done separate that could be stuck on it?
I think, yeah, we've got the ability to put any, modify the page, any blue ribbon related material on the, DWR page. Here's kind of the links to all that
So
stuff.
through KSL, once a week, I do it. I get a minute, 20 seconds to do anything I want. Those are all on YouTube. So
Fish tech fishing.
Yeah. Can all those be stuck?
Yeah, change your big flies and little flies this week was this week's post.
Can that, just, they're brief.
I'm not sure, outside content. I think maybe Faith would know whether we could link that or not, but,
I was about to say, I think just strategically, we typically try to just have it be DWR produced content on the DWR website. And just to loop you guys in, we are launching kind of a phase 2 of our marketing campaign for this year. And part of that is going to be hopefully creating more how-to videos. So I think that would kind of fit into what you're talking about for, just kind of breaking it down for beginners on different topics.
yeah, and we could get into that. Dave, I'll let Dave go, and I think we should probably put a cap on this conversation because lunch is going to be really soon here, but we'll let Dave go and then I'll kind of try to summarize things.
Well, I was just gonna mention, you guys, just the other day, actually, I was looking at some electronic YouTube videos on a fish finder I bought for my kayak. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube on almost every electronic device you can buy. And I just wonder if we can just link to some of that stuff, or is that doable?
This one is, but
I do think, yeah, we need to maybe talk about that. I don't know if we could do that right now, Dave, but I think there's no point in us creating content if there's 7,000 videos already out there on it, but maybe providing people information on the best of those videos or content could be useful. Okay, so to kind of summarize this, the first thing, social media posts, what I'll do is I'll work with Jessica, who's not on this call, and Faith to come up with a schedule for social media for the year. We came up with, I don't know what's up there, 8 or so different things to highlight. I'll kind of fill in because we've got probably like 20 or 25 a year that we put on. If you got something, Russ?
Yeah, it's just, I'll throw this out, something positive in Pine View, for example. I could take that on. It'll help me. It'll kind of throw me into the arena, but so as we decide what we want to do, if that's one that pops up, I'll volunteer to take that on.
Yeah, where I was gonna go is I'll put this in a spreadsheet and kind of turn it into a sign up. And my thoughts, we can put names on it, and then probably the assignment for people is maybe primarily come up with pictures by whatever due date of those water bodies. And maybe I can work with you, Faith, on the types of pictures you want, scenery pictures or fish pictures or whatever. So we're kind of getting the appropriate content, but
the bottom left needs to be done.
Yeah. And I think I can work with Jessica on that, but luckily social media got ASAP. So we'll see what we can put together on that. But I think it also could be a recurring thing. Every January, mid-January, we need to do a post on that. So anyway, I'll incorporate this social media stuff, come up with a calendar, let everyone here review that calendar, put your 2 cents in. And I'll kind of fill it in with some stuff that's not on here, additional project highlighting and, probably a post or 2 kind of explaining the core functions of Blue Ribbon. And you guys could chime in on, maybe times to highlight different fishing opportunities and things like that. And, maybe we can move things around once I put together a crude schedule. But that's the first thing we got. The second are the seminars or kind of in-person public events. I think we have a general agreement on doing something kokanee related late May, early June, and doing it down south somewhere. So Fish Lake or somewhere in Richfield, maybe with Russ and Larry working with the southern region. So Nick and Adam down there and getting something put together. We probably need to get organized on kind of some of the events like the Wasatch Expo, what we want to do. I think it sounds like some of the TU clubs are going to have a booth there, the DWR. So that might come down to me, maybe coming up with some materials and things on the outside and having that stuff in hand. So we got things to hand out. We'll work on our kind of volunteer sign up spreadsheet, make sure we get some outreach stuff on there. Look also at that spreadsheet and see if there's something we need to do to maybe modify that spreadsheet to make it work better for those opportunities. I'm just not sure. Then we talked about doing a catfish seminar. Probably we'll highlight maybe Willard, Utah Lake, and other opportunities we've got for catfish across the state at that seminar. Are we good with that seminar? I mean, we're probably looking, what, Clint, probably summer? You know?
I mean, it'll be a summer one. I don't know. I fished through June. Once it starts getting pretty hot, I just kind of walk away from it. But usually in June, I'm chasing the crappies or trying to find small streams. So
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, June, July, you could probably throw it in summer or whatever.
So is that something there?
It's also one we could do in the fall though on Willard.
Yeah, we could look time wise. Anyway, Larry, Russ, you guys want to look at that one too as a second seminar? Use of electronics, I'm a little worried, at least this year, and you guys could chime in if you disagree, but that might fall in on top of these other seminars and put 3 kind of in the same time frame we'd be planning. And whether we want to pump that for another year or look at another way to explain this. We talked about, you know, providing people with links to the best videos out there, or doing a blog post on it, or maybe some other way of getting that information out, or waiting a year for something.
I wonder if we could just do something on you know, with all the new electronics out there, just something, mention it on one of our DWR blog posts, not necessarily do it.
Yeah.
Because it's a good thing to have it, but there are, you go out there, you can literally find any new electronics that are out there. There are YouTubes on how to use it.
And another option could be, I mean, Faith talked about highlighting the how-to stuff this year. Maybe Blue Ribbon taking the lead on helping the DWR produce a YouTube video on this.
Right.
Yeah, Clint.
One of the other things, I mean, we have a couple of seminars that may or may not happen, but I have yet to be somewhere fishing for cokes where a fish finder is not almost necessary, right?
Yeah.
So as part of those seminars, maybe there is a 20 or 30-minute part of that seminar that talks about using electronics and how to read. And there's plenty of information on YouTube of setting your setting your depth finder and your fish finder to pick up schools of zooplankton, so you know where to start looking for cokes, and things like that. But catfish, you know, I guess you could do that too, but why not just incorporate a small section? Instead of trying to do this, I know in our ice fishing one, Mickey talked about it, Sorno talked about it, and the other guys of running fish finders and different things. Just make that a section that is part of that discussion.
I think that's a great idea, Clint.
Instead of trying to grab all this stuff, because I could have a Lowrance and you have a Humminbird and you have a Markham. You're going to look at all different videos for each of those because they're a different setup, they're a different way they read, output, all that stuff. But general information about fish finders and depth finders and electronics, whether they're live scopes or whatever, we could talk about some of those things 15, 20, 30 minutes as part of that. And we wouldn't have to have something that is really cumbersome to try to put together because it's so new.
I think that's great. Honestly, you know, when we do these seminars, we've got usually like 3, 4, 5 speakers. That's easy enough to assign each speaker a different thing to talk about, have somebody talk about electronics. So we've got that. I'll send out an email that kind of summarizes this, but I think we're on board with doing Kokanee, some more kind of event volunteering in that catfish one, and incorporate the electronics into the existing seminars we're doing. So it's particularly the Kokanee and the catfish. Press releases, we got a couple ones, just I guess upcoming projects, highlighting those, and then probably putting some emphasis on the Chicken Creek project, and then a blog post about ways that anglers could help just with our management. So the specific ones are removal of Pup Lake Trout, Flaming Gorge, walleye starvation. There's some other ones statewide we could bring into that as well, but those are 2 good examples. Okay. Anything else on this?
Yeah, I was going to add, Randy, I usually, if there are new blue ribbon water bodies that are being, I guess, named that year, I also will do a news release on that typically as well. So just maybe having that in the, just for everyone's awareness. Yeah, that's another opportunity that we've highlighted in the past couple of years.
Yeah. No, we can do that as well. So I put that there as a sticky note. Okay, anything else on this? Okay. Awesome. Well, thanks for getting on, Faith. We appreciate your input on this. And thanks for everyone for this discussion. I'll send something out probably next week that kind of puts a cap on this, a spreadsheet with the schedule and some opportunities to review it and something like that. Okay. So,
Well, we're up on lunch. We will come back here at 12:30 and start on the overview of potential Blue Ribbon projects for this year. So thank you all for being on this morning, and we'll be back here at 12:30. Michael, thanks for the support on the IT side.
yeah, appreciate it. Okay, thanks everyone. Okay, lunch is supposedly
Lunch is
ready.
around the corner, or where are we
It
at?
is, you know, the usual room we have it in? It's not that room, it's another one that's adjacent to that room. So I could lead people that
Follow the
direction.
smell.
Yeah, probably follow the smell.
Randy's got an interview at 12:15, so we gotta get him first in line, gang.
Hey, Randy, while I'm thinking about it, are proclamations out yet this year?
Not online. Is it not online yet? I don't know.
We haven't received any at the store. I didn't know.
I wonder if they haven't been printed yet. I mean,
Yeah.
effectively, yeah, I've seen it in a PDF form, but that's probably.
You know, we did that cooking sandwich. Okay, talked about it.
That's not even right.
Healed up before fishing season really gets going.
Yeah.
And we were down by the under that area where things have to help with that a little bit too.
I don't
Welcome back. Sorry, we're a couple of minutes late. Randy had an interview on the radio, and we've got to keep up his famous personality status. So, we had to wait just a minute. But anyhow, I think at this point, we'll go ahead and if you're looking at the program overview of potential Blue Ribbon projects, the regional reps. So I think, Dave, can we start with you down in the southern region?
I think I'll chime in
Okay.
real fast before we get to the regions.
Okay.
The intent of this is the March meeting is our big project rating meeting. Give Blue Ribbon kind of a preview of some of the projects that you hear coming down the pipeline. This is supposed to be informal. So I haven't asked the regions to talk too much about the projects. Some of these projects might not be proposed. Some probably aren't fully flushed out yet. But this is kind of an opportunity for Blue Ribbon to ask a few questions and maybe put 2 cents into a project before that proposal is really finalized. So, use that opportunity. We'll spend an hour or so going through these. So I guess, we kind of said, Dave, we could go southern region first. So Nick, Dave, whoever's covering it, kind of get into some of the projects that you're looking for the upcoming year.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and do it. Let me try and share my screen here. All right, I can't see you guys anymore, but can you see my screen now? It should be a aerial image of Fish Lake.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. So this is Fish Lake. I assume most of you know where that is. So it's kind of by Richfield in central Utah. We've done a whole lot of work there, as you guys probably know, upgrading the marinas, putting in the walkway for the kokanee, and just a whole bunch of work up there. One of the things we've wanted to do for a long time is put in a fishing pier. So Fish Lake, as you can see, there's a highway that runs along the shoreline here. So there's really good access along the shoreline for the most part. There's not great there is a trail on the far side. So you can access it by foot. So there's a lot of shoreline access, but people can't fish it because there's a dense band of Eurasian water milfoil around the entire lake. So basically, people can't cast out far enough to get past that band of weeds and do any fishing. And so that really limits shore angling. So it's a little hard to compare from really old angler surveys that we used to do, but it used to be that shoreline angling made up more than 50% of the fishing there. And in our recent surveys, angler surveys, it's 10% of less than of shoreline angling when compared to boat angling. So it's kind of 5-to-1 boat anglers to shoreline anglers, and that's all just because of this band of water milfoil that prevents people from shoreline fishing. So in 2014, we did a big management plan that kind of guides everything we do at Fish Lake. So that was a public management plan. So there was a representative from Blue Ribbon on there, a bunch of angling members of the public, local elected officials, Forest Service, kind of a broad group that came up with this management plan. And one of the things they identified as a top priority was improving shoreline fishing opportunities or non-boat opportunities. And a big way to do that was through putting in a pier. So we've done a lot of work thinking about where to put it, getting engineering done, all that sort of stuff. Blue Ribbon helped pay for some of that engineering and some of the surveying work that we had to do. I think Blue Ribbon helped paid for, they had to drill down into the lake bed and take some core samples and stuff to figure out if the area we wanted to build the pier would work. So all that kind of foundational work's been done, and we have kind of engineered drawings and design for the pier. So the plan would be to put it where this yellow dot is here. It's kind of by Bowery Haven, in between Bowery Haven and the Fish Lake Lodge, if you know the lake very well. So this is an aerial image, just showing kind of where it would go. So the project would be putting in a new big parking area here. So we've been working closely with the Forest Service, a pathway down, and then here's the pier. So it would be, so they'd put in steel pilings filled with concrete. And then on those pilings, there'd be basically a walkway that goes out and extends out 140 feet, and then it's a T with a 100-foot T on the end here. And so that would extend far enough out past the weeds that people could fish off both sides. So you could fish off the front of it here and be able to access much deeper water, or you could fish off the shoreline side here and be able to fish along the weed line and catch perch and fish hanging out along the weed line. So that's the plan for the pier. It would also, part of the project would be tying it into the electrical system here so that we could power aerators or fans or something to basically move the water around the pier during the winter so that we don't have ice issues. So these kinds of piers are somewhat common, I gather, in the kind of the upper Midwest. At least the engineering firm we hired said they were able to use some of the engineering work that's been done on piers up in that area. So hopefully, because we worry a lot about ice, so hopefully that would address the ice issues. The engineering firm feels confident that it would. So anyway, so that's the work that would be done. In terms of a budget, so the budget estimate we have is about a year old. So hopefully the numbers aren't too far off. So basically, we're guessing we would need about $850,000 to build all this. The funding requests that we have, it's pretty. So these are all kind of just placeholders that you're seeing here. So we're planning on asking for money from all these sources. The Utah Office of Outdoor Recreation, the Forest Service, you guys, Blue Ribbon, Habitat Council, and then some federal money through the infrastructure money that we think is coming. The issue is I don't have a very good sense. Maybe Randy has a better idea. I don't have a really good sense of how much. We're hoping, and we've kind of been told that there's a good chance to get a large amount of money or this infrastructure money. There's a good chance of that, and it doesn't require very much match. I think it's like 10-to-1 match. If we could get a bunch of that infrastructure money, then that really changes how much we're going to be asking for from these other sources. So hopefully by the March meeting and when you're actually scoring, we have that figured out. But as of right now, these are all just kind of placeholders, and these numbers could change a fair amount between now and March. So anyway, that's kind of the project. And that's actually the only project we have for our region for Blue Ribbon, just Blue Ribbon this year. So anyway, I can answer any questions on that.
I have one.
Yeah.
Nick, which source is that infrastructure money coming through?
So Randy, I'm getting the information from Richard on that, and I think Richard's getting that from Randy. Do you have a good sense, Randy? It's pretty opaque to me right now, but
it's still opaque to me too, Nick, to be honest with you. We've been asking around, most of the infrastructure money that we've played with from a division sense is, primarily for fish passage kind of things. This is definitely not a fish passage project. So we've been looking around for additional kind of infrastructure funding, other sources, because there are some, hard infrastructure projects going on, using these infrastructure funds, like road projects, things like that, to see if we can find a source that a fishing pier might fall into a little bit better. Unfortunately, at this time, Nick, I haven't come up with anything. I still got some feelers out to see if we can find a source, but nobody has given me a lead on a source that seems like they're interested in this kind of project. So it's still kind of wishy-washy. I'm hoping to come up with something, but I haven't come up with something yet.
So depending on when you get the funding, so you're in the place, Nick, that you could begin construction as soon as she's got the funding? Is that pretty much, it's ready to go as soon as it's got funding?
yeah, so we're kind of in the same place we were with the Navajo dike last year. So we've got all the engineering done. So basically if we got the money, we could start working July 1 on getting the bid out and everything.
recreation money and
And how long is the completion time? Just how long would the project last before it was completed?
So the plan would be to start that whole process as soon as we can. I mean, we'd do as much legwork as we could before July 1st, once we knew we had the funding. And then we have a kind of an internal agency on these big projects that handles all the bidding and contracting. So like they helped us with the marinas and Navajo Dike. And all that's a long way of saying I don't have a whole lot of control over it, but it would have to be done before, winter. So we'd start working as soon as we could in the summer, and then hopefully have it all completed before winter and ice.
So hopefully completed this year.
Right. Yeah.
Tell us, how far off the water would the pier be?
So it would extend into the water 140 feet, and it would be about a foot or 2 to 2.5 feet above the water surface.
And then would there be access, because that's at Mackinac Point, correct?
Yeah.
And so would there also be, is there anything in the plan that you would have, because with those water bubblers coming up and stuff, you would disrupt any ice, so you'd have to go north or south 100 yards or 100 feet at least to get away from where the ice isn't forming. So, but people going out ice fishing, because that's one of the more popular spots for ice fishing, is there. I just didn't see anything on there that looked like there were multiple trails coming down from the parking lot. Would there be?
Yeah, so are you asking, sorry.
So for ice fishermen to access it, were you just playing on that? You're gonna have all this open water around the pier, but you're still gonna have people ice fishing there in the winter. And so at the parking lot, would there be multiple trailheads going down to the lake where the ice was strong enough to let people take sleds and stuff out on it? I just didn't see any trails going down to the lake.
Yeah, so when we've talked with the Forest Service, what we would probably do, because that is a concern, having that weaker ice around that area. And so we would probably just have the parking area and trail before the pier and using the pier, and then probably somehow limit that during the winter. I'm not sure exactly. We've talked a little bit about, we're just going to have to see how it works out. But we've talked a little bit about maybe that's a parking area. Essentially, hopefully we could maintain that parking area in a way that discourages people from accessing the lake near the pier. So when the Forest Service is up there plowing and clearing areas for parking, they would not clear areas in a way that would encourage people to access near the pier. And there'd have to be some signs and stuff that go up too. So that's kind of what we've talked about so far. We'd have to figure out exactly how to make it work.
So it would discourage people from ice fishing off of Mackinac Point then?
Discourage it near the pier where there could be bad ice would be the goal. So we've got to find that balance.
Park in that parking lot, correct?
What's that?
Would they still park in that? Because that would be a new parking lot area, so that's going to bring people in for ice fishing.
Right.
And they would have to have a path or some way to get away from the pier to get down, because that would become the parking area, right?
Yeah, so basically we would try and use the snow, because we have to create access by clearing snow for the most part, especially for parking. And so to do it in a way that discourages people getting near the bad ice, but still able to park there and access the good ice. And so exactly what that looks like, it's hard to know right now, because we don't have a good sense of how far that bad ice is going to extend right now. Anyway, so that first year we're probably going to err on the side of caution and work with the Forest Service, because the Forest Service is who maintains all those parking areas and the trails there. So we're just going to have to work with them and probably defer with what they want to do.
Hey, Rex, this is Dave. I don't know if you've been up there and seen those new marinas, but they've got some huge parking lots at all three places that they've created with those other projects. I mean, big enough to accommodate a lot of pickups, snowmobile trailers, four-wheeler trailers, all that kind of stuff that they can access the lake. I don't, like Nick says, they can just plow the snow up 2 feet high so people can't drive in and access where that fishing pier is going to be. I think a bigger concern might be snowmobiles and four-wheelers coming in from the lakeside over towards the pier and falling in the thin ice or the water from that angle.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dave. And I should mention that. So, I mean, parking up there, especially on a weekend, ice fishing used to be really tough. But since we improved those parking areas as part of the marina rebuild, the Forest Service also bought a new snow plow and have made it a priority for some of their maintenance guys that kind of had downtime during the winter to go up there and plow with that new plow. And they've done a really good job. Richard was just up there and said everything was clear. And so the parking situation and access up there is much, much better than it used to be. So we don't need that Mackinac Point area as much as we used to.
Are they plowing down on the south end? Or are they plowing clear down to the restrooms that are down there?
I'll ask Richard. I know they were planning on it, but I don't know if Richard said it was, my guess is they have, because Richard was really impressed with how much they'd done, but I'll check with him and get back with you, Rex.
Okay, I was just concerned because Mackinac Point is where I ice fish. And this looks like it's going to limit ice fishing there, and there's a lot of folks that ice fish off that point. And the pier's going in right there, and walking back from Bowery just doesn't sound all that fun.
It'll be all right, Rex. I'm sure it'll be all right.
Easy for you to say, Dave, with a snowmobile, right?
And then Nick, we'll keep working on the funding end of things. I have put some feelers out on the infrastructure, and I think, regardless what your Navajo Lake project last year, what was that, 600,000 or 700,000, something like that. I mean, we did kind of cobble together some money, and depending on the urban funding request, Habitat Council request, there might be some options there to come up with $500,000 of it, depending on the requests that come down the pipeline. It's a little bit dependent on those requests, but I'm just saying we've done it before, so there might be that chance, even if there's no infrastructure, that we come up with some money.
I have one question. It's not on the funding. Since your objective is to provide shore anglers access, are you looking at some kind of restrictive zone around that pier to keep boaters from conflicting with folks casting off the pier? Is that a regulation that you're going to need to put in, or how are you going to handle that?
Yeah, that's a good thought. I don't know that I've thought that much about that, but yeah, we'll probably need to think about that and figure to work with the Forest Service and see if that's going to be a problem and how we might handle that. I mean, yeah, we may need to just work to put out some, wakeless zone buoys or something like that. But yeah, that's a good point. One other thing on the funding is, so last year with Navajo Lake, we applied for some of that outdoor recreation grant money, but we weren't, the way the rules were last year, we weren't able to, we applied for it, but they came back and said, no, we can't, we're essentially a sister agency and we can't fund that. But there's been a change in the rules, so we're hopeful we can get some of that outdoor recreation grant money this year.
Okay. Anything else for Nick? Oh.
Yeah. So again, as TJ said, the goal of the project is to offer some shoreline type of fishing. Piers are great and wonderful assets, but is there ways to control this milfoil at all in localized smaller areas where you can open up just a patch as well to add more?
Well, I'm going to say no. Maybe someone from the Northeast region is more optimistic than me. They've been trying out a new chemical, and so hopefully that might be more promising. So I really dove deep into this, and when I first started in this job, and we actually tried stocking some milfoil weevil, a small native weevil that's supposed to be a biological control on the Eurasian water milfoil. That didn't work. And that we arrived at that after really looking into kind of spot chemical treatments or mechanical treatments. And it's just so ubiquitous and fast growing that it's just so hard to treat like that. I mean, it's expensive and you almost have to do it multiple times a year to have any kind of real impact.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else for Nick?
Hey, Nick, what's ice and slush conditions like from Richard's report?
So it's safe ice, but it's a lot of slush. So maybe that's changed. It's been a week and a half since he was up there, but yeah, he said it was super slushy when he was there. It was going over his muck boots.
Okay, and I was just wondering if that had improved. I'd heard similar. So.
Okay, anything else?
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it. Cal, can we go to you next, please?
I think he said he had nothing.
Oh, no projects, Cal?
Nope, no projects this year.
Natalie, I guess we'll go up to you then, please.
All right. I will hit on what Nick just talked about, Eurasian water milfoil. Richard Gibbs is finishing up his MNR project on the treatment that we did out in the northeastern region. And he will have some pretty good data and a report written up on that. But preliminary results from our treatments in the northeast region on 2 small isolated ponds, we call them our salvage ponds, yielded a success rate of 99.9% in one pond, complete kill. And then the other pond, they had to do a second treatment because they did not get back in the bulrush far enough. The main pond, it was great, but back in the bulrush, they had to do a second treatment. And results from that look good so far as well. We don't know how long it lasts. We don't know any of that stuff yet, but as far as the preliminary results from the treatment itself using Procelicor, those looked pretty promising for us in small water bodies. So I'll just jump into our projects this year. I didn't think we had this many, but we do. We have 6 that we're asking for some blue ribbon money for. The first one is the Lake Fork treatment. This is the rotenone treatment up in the Oweep Basin. This is just a partial ask split, I think, between Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon. We did phase 1 last year. This is paying for the guide and outfitter to help us get all the supplies in. I think it's 14 miles, the short way, 14 miles into the Hyuenas Wilderness, and help us complete phase 2 of that rotenone treatment. So the ask for that one's from Blue Ribbon, $17,840. I'll just run through this list since it's longer than normal. Northeastern Region Sportfish Internship. This is one we've been running through for years and years. Calvin actually set it up probably 15 years ago. And we're still able to utilize interns, and this is a small ask this year. It'll be $4,000 to help with the intern program and help us complete our workload and give these guys an opportunity to get a foot in the door and learn what we do in both the reservoirs program and the cutthroat program. The next one is a Duchesne River Bank Stabilization Project. I think that's a collaborative project with TU and our staff biologists. It's the very first access point on the Duchesne River easement that we have. Apparently it just needs some work. Like a lot of places along that Duchesne River bed, it needs some work. They have a landowner that's willing and helpful to participate in doing the work, and I think Garn and Fiorelli are the ones pinpointing that project, heading that project. The ask for that one's $25,300. Next one up is a Blue Ribbon Fisheries technician. This would be to basically, we did get some money from the director's office to help with our technician time, but it is still not enough, and this is our way to fill that gap. So I can have a technician for the time I need. Brian can have 2 or 3 technicians for the time he needs. And it also is split between Ryan, Mosley, and Jordan up at Flaming Gorge. So we're trying to do the best we can with our technicians. It's definitely not adequate at the time, but we try to fill in as best we can and do what we can. But this is the funding to complete and have full position for the time we need it. The ask for that is the same as the previous 2 years, and that's $23,600. The next one is the starvation spillway screen. This is a very large project, I would say, and it's been on the books for going on 7 years now. This is the spillway screen below the dam that basically protects critical habitat for endangered fish. This is a direct link from the Duchesne River right to the Green River. So we've been working on plans, and we've done the plans, and I think they've been through about every shop that they can go through for comments. I think this is the year where they're going to try to build it, and that's an ask of $50,000. I think the overall project is like 800,000, somewhere around there, and I could be a little bit off on that one now. Because anybody who does construction projects right now knows that the costs are just astronomical, even compared to what they were a couple of years ago. And then the last one is a phase 1 of a Pelican Lake Eurasian water milfoil treatment using that chemical Procelicor. This is, most of the ask is going to go towards Habitat Council. It's about $350,000 to treat half the lake or a third of the lake. And then the ask from Blue Ribbon is $24,700, and that's basically to pay for the actual application of the product. There's a professional group out of Colorado that helped Richard with the preliminary treatments of the ponds up above Pelican. So there's 6 of them. There's a lot. I think the total ask from all these is about $145,000 for our region. I assume that I'll get asked to prioritize these at some point, so I will do that if needed. Any questions on any of those projects?
I assume you'll prioritize internships and technicians first.
I believe it's going to be that OWEEP treatment that's first. I think that's going to be the highest priority in our region. And then, yeah, the internship, the tech money would be second, third.
Say the total ask, the total cost for the Pelican Lake treatment is $350K.
Somewhere right around that. I almost think it's $350,000 for the chemical itself, and then the application from the professionals is $24,700. But those can still be, that's a lower priority in our minds. Like if we have to ditch one project and try it next year, that's one that we can move around to a different fiscal year.
Natalie, is Pelican similar to Fish Lake in that the milfoil just grows along the edges, or does it fill the whole lake?
Unfortunately, it fills the whole lake, and the only place we escape it is in pretty much the deepest areas. So I would say anything over 10 feet deep can escape the milfoil mats. We do have Current Creek though. Current Creek is almost identical to how Fish Lake is with that outside edge of milfoil. I'd love to try some spot treatments with the Procelicor in some of the bigger systems just to see how long that it would keep the milfoil in certain areas at bay, but it is expensive. But for us, it worked in one place. We need more time though, really, to know how long this type of treatment lasts. And it's just kind of hard to say.
I'm just curious with the surface acres you're doing, how that would compare with the edge of Fish Lake, the surface acres compared to, the volume you're doing compared to what they'd need to do.
Yeah. Richard has all the specs on that as far as acreage and coverage, and he is definitely our regional expert on Procelicor. So if Nick wants to
be
get
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Natalie, does Priscilla carp, does it have a negative impact on desirable vegetation?
From my understanding, it is pretty specific to northern milfoil, Eurasian milfoil, and the hybrid of the two, because we do have the hybrid in several areas in our region. And said Richard is drawing up this awesome MNR, basically a thesis on his whole project. I'll have to ask him when his timeline is, but maybe I can have him present at one of our meetings coming up so you guys have a better idea.
Do you have an idea, Natalie, how permanent this treatment's going to be? My thought is it going to be a one-time thing? Is this something you're going to have to do every year, every 5 years, every 10 years?
At Pelican itself?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the hard and the one unknown to me. Like the whole lake treatment would be, I feel like, impossible to get funded. So we have to break it down into a couple sections. We would like to get the boat ramp cleaned up so we quit having the spread of it to every other place in our region, because it is terrible getting on boat trailers. But I don't know how long, if you treat a section of the reservoir, but you still have pockets of milfoil in another section, I don't know how long it would take for the milfoil to recolonize back into an area that you've treated. And the only way that I think we can figure that out is just to try a section, maybe a smaller section even, and see how long it takes to revegetate with milfoil, or if the native plants come back in its place. You have a lot of native vegetation in Pelican in small numbers, but the milfoil just chokes everything else out. So kind of hard to say, I think.
I say a smaller section, then it sounds like you're maybe open to the possibility of us reducing the size of the treatment, potentially, if we needed to balance the budget.
Yes, absolutely.
That stuff spreads so fast. Like, I would just say, if you're gonna treat it, do the whole thing. But
Yeah, it's tough.
pretty steep price tag for a aquatic vegetation treatment, seems like to me, but maybe I don't know anything.
Natalie, just on Pelican, just anything that you could tell us about carp tournaments or being able to locate them. You talked a little bit about maybe trying to find them under the ice and net them. Just wondered any progress or non-progress that you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, so we've upped our tags, our reward tags out there to $100 for the reward tags. But man, our region, just like everybody else, we have a ton of snow. Access is hard. Slush is bad. There's just not that many people fishing Pelican Lake right now. So I still haven't had a single tag return, but Skylar Wolf and I, we had a meeting last week about our population there, and there's a lot of carp. They pretty much doubled in population based on our estimates from last year to this year, doubled in numbers. So we're revamping how we go about doing this whole business of carp removal. We're going to focus more on some predators. As much effort as myself and all the volunteers put into mechanical carp removal last year, we only removed between 6 and 10% of the carp population out of Pelican. We were shooting for 40, and there is just no way that we can physically do it in our region. We would need the entire river program removal, 4 boats going all the time. It's just difficult. And we knew that going in, but we wanted to try to set a goal to get 30 to 40%, and we got 6 to 10% of the carp in that population gone. So we're revamping the whole plan on how to move forward with that. We were not able to find congregations of carp under the ice. We had a couple tags out, radio telemetry tags. I feel like they just didn't work very well under the ice. I had an extremely difficult time trying to find them. But we will be spending a little bit more time in the next couple weeks. If anyone wants to come out and join me, I'm going to be using the live scope to try to figure out if there are congregations under the ice somewhere, and just trying to push some more angling out there. Once conditions freeze up again and the slush hopefully freezes, I think we can get more anglers out there. But we have to definitely look at how we're going to move forward with this carp population, because mechanical removal is not going to work. So it's kind of discouraging, but we can grow some really nice bass right now. We're going to try to keep the tiger muskie thing going, add a small quota of wiper to see if those guys will potentially be helpful. Very small quota. We're going to start small. It's a tough one.
Hey, Natalie, and maybe Nick, let me ask you a question about that milfoil again. I don't know what kind of permits it takes and how long them permits last, but I'm just curious if you could, like at Fish Lake, kind of similar to a fishing pier, if you could shoreline treat 100 yards in different places along that west shore and create shoreline fishing for people, and then retreat it every second or third year, however often it's needed.
Yeah,
I
so
think go ahead, Nick.
I think you could. I'll have to talk with Richard, who's doing the treatments in the Northeast region. When I saw him kind of presenting his proposal and looking at the numbers, it just seemed like it would be cost prohibitive to us. But I guess that'll kind of depend on how long these treatments they've done last. Maybe they'll get a longer life out of them than I would guess you could. But yeah, my worry with the milfoil is that unless you're completely getting rid of all of it, it's going to come back really quickly, and it's so expensive. So yeah, it would just be cost prohibitive. And the other challenge with that is we would need to, I don't know, I guess we could do it, but if you spot treat areas, you're going to attract a lot of people to those areas, and being able to, with the pier, we have to create a big parking area just for that. I mean, the amount of people that congregate at Twin Creeks where we don't have the milfoil is huge, so that it'd be kind of hard to disperse people. But it's something we're keeping our eye on. We've kind of just been hanging back and seeing how it works out in the Northeast region, and seeing if it's something we could apply at Fish Lake.
Yeah, definitely talk to Richard, because I think it can be treated at higher concentrations and it can be really effective. But there's a professional company that's applied all over the Western United States. So you really need to work specifically with that company and that contractor to see what they've done in other areas and what's worked and what hasn't in other areas too. So keep it in your back pocket as an option. If something falls through with the peer funding, maybe it's a potential option for you guys. I don't know.
Yeah, and we've also thought about doing spot treatments just in the marinas, especially to help try and reduce people moving it around.
Yeah. Thank you. Is that everything, Natalie?
Yep, that's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is that Red Fleet behind you?
That's Red Fleet when it had water that actually went back in the canyon.
Oh, okay. Clint, should we go to you or?
Sure.
All right.
So mine's pretty, I have one. They're talking, and the preliminary discussions that have been happening at Pineview is the first kind of boat ramp and parking area they're going to have access is going to be at Anderson Cove, that they're going to continue to allow access. It's not the greatest for ice fishing. It's not the greatest for anglers. It's the first boat ramp to go dry or be closed during the summertime. However, in years past, we've asked for about $15,000 between Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon for projects dealing specifically with habitat within our river system or within our reservoir system for young year perch and crappies. So I will be presenting a $20,000 ask specifically to be put in the south arm of Pineview, have that split between Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon, so a 10-10 ask, and install that probably this fall, with the hope that we can attract one fish and hold some fish in that arm. And then as ice forms, then it will give a place for guys when they're pushed maybe outside of some of these other places. The last 2 years, ice fishing on the east side has been almost impossible because the water level's been so low. You have to walk too far before you can get to the ice. So if we have some decent water, we may be able to have, some water up to the boat ramp and stuff at Anderson Cove. Right now, they've kept that plowed. To my knowledge, it's the only ramp that they've kept plowed. So you actually can get in there and, hike down, but it's a long ways to the water from Anderson Cove right now. So we have a pilot project on Rockport right now, looking specifically at young year perch and utilizing either this deep water habitat, 40+ feet of water, or shoreline habitat. And this fall we collected a bunch of perch and have sent them off to be sampled, and they're doing some microchemistry to verify where those fish are. If the adults that are found, if these fish are utilizing one or another. One of the things that I noticed is the young year fish, and we're talking perch that are less than 4 inches. Those young year fish utilized 46 to 48 feet of water was where we set our nets. We set a net at 55 to 57. We didn't catch a fish. It was too anoxic. There's not enough oxygen there, but it was the reason we set the net. We wanted to verify that they just don't live where it's at this like 1.2 or whatever oxygen level. So we set one super deep just to verify that. We found that out. So this 46 to 48 foot range was filled with just 4 to 5 inch young year perch. And so we collected those, collected them in a bag. They went to Utah State. We had a net that we hung at about 26 feet under the surface, and we collected adults and some yearling fish. We didn't collect the small ones because it was during the day. We had some issues with the net, and then we collected some along the shoreline. The difference was most of those fish along the shoreline were like 3, maybe to 4 inches, and those fish at depth were 4 to maybe 5 inches. All the same, they were all spawned in the spring. But their metabolism's higher in the shallows because water's warmer. They're being chased by aerial predators and water predators, whereas those deep water fish are not, because it's too anoxic for any adult fish to get there. So the hope and the plan is to create enough habitat that we have this age class of young year fish survive year after year after year. And so we always have a bump of fish going into the next year. Now, those young year fish are a big prey item. And part of this pilot program, we changed our stocking patterns of rainbows to magnum fish, still stock the same amount of pounds, but a lot fewer fish because it's fewer mouths. Mickey can attest that there are some big perch in Rockport, and there have been big perch the last 3 years that we have stocked magnum trout in that reservoir. Last year we took otoliths and opercles, so we broke the gill plate, and you can count the rings on the gill plate as well as on the otolith. Those 12-inch fish are 3 years old. That's it. Wow. That's crazy. Is that crazy? So we go from eggs to 4 to maybe 5 inch young a year. Then the next year they're 5 to 8, and the next year they're like 9s to 11s, right? Like just crazy good growth. But we want to know how this works. We want to figure this out because it could be something that other regions can utilize if they wanted to manage specifically for a body of water that has big perch and have that opportunity. We may not be able to do this every year for Rockport, but maybe we can do it 1 year for Rockport and 1 year for Echo, and fluctuate back and forth enough to actually provide a trophy perch fishery in the region at one of those 2 bodies of water. Those rainbows are stocked somewhere between 12 and 14 inches. This fall, they're 16 to 17, 18 inches in the reservoirs. Not a bad opportunity either, right? So, that's part of this ask, is we want to have that to provide some protection specifically for perch in Pineview. They're a huge food source for crappies as they grow, but they're also a big food source for perch. As that turns over in the fall and everything mixes, then muskies, crappies, bass, they can all get to that deep water habitat because the oxygen level is the same throughout the system. But if we have some habitat there, we can protect some of these younger fish. We don't have these booms and busts. Right now, there's not much for perch other than the really small ones at Pineview. And possibly they're just the bigger ones are just getting cleaned up. They're really easy to eat by muskies. And so,
what kind of habitat are you looking at?
So we've utilized in the past, we utilized 3 companies: Mossback, Pond King, and Fish Hiding. Fish Hiding is a recycled vinyl company. So they take and you can get these little grassy ones that are just, like this big. You drop them in and they have a little cup that's full of concrete, and you can drop them and they just lay out. So where you don't have a lot of sedimentation and stuff, they're pretty good. Pond King makes, we call them road cones and shrubs. Anyways, they look like a pine tree, but they're like a road cone that's about 3 feet high, and then you put poly pipe in the holes they come pre-drilled with. So you make this big bushy, 4.5, 5 foot wide tree that you can drop. And then the shrubs are just a little half circle with the same amount. And they go 4.5 feet wide, but they're only maybe 3 feet tall. And we utilize those. And then Mossback has, if you're familiar with angle iron, it's just made out of composite plastic, but it's the same angle, and they go in uprights, and you have 3 columns you put them through, and it's this big rigid structure. And the thought is we try to mix those as much as possible. Most of the fish hiding stuff comes pre-assembled, but on some of the bigger structures, you have to bend and open things up because they don't just lay out. But I think we'd utilize probably more of the Pond King and the Mossback structures. I won't say that they're snag free, but for a guy that gets snagged on a lot of stuff, I fished through them, like literally have fished across those structures, the Pond King structures, got hung up, lifted, and on the fall was catching 12-inch crappies off of them. So like really, because everything's really round and smooth, there's not a lot of edges. Now this is a little jigging Rap that has 5 hooks, and I didn't get stuck. And I fished all day with it. We caught crappies all day fishing through the structures. So they're angler friendly, I guess, as much as you can. We hung them off the little boat dock, the courtesy dock that was at Pineview this last year. Angler got mad, thought he was going to ruin his boat, got all upset at the concessionaire. They had us come pull them all up. They were there for attracting bluegills to eat villagers, aquaga, and zebra mussels if there was an infestation from a wakeboard boat that came in. And they're plastic. Everything's plastic. There's nothing that would hurt a prop, hurt a boat, nothing. They were under the docks. Like, I don't know how this guy thought that he was going to hit his boat or ruin anything, but he got pretty upset and called an intern that had worked for us. And so I talked to that guy. I'm like, look, we're just trying to save a fishery here. Like, we don't want to have quaggas in here, and this is the whole purpose. But we were also told that, the docks were going to be, multi-boats and stuff. And it was 3 links is all it was. And they weren't free hanging. They were, one of them got hit the bottom and was laying out to the side. Probably thought it was angle iron, but it wasn't. But that's the ask. That's what we want to improve. And over the next couple of years, and I don't know if we're going to continue this Randy in the past has talked about a targeted water body. And we've been thinking about putting and making an ask for maybe $100,000 in a month's worth of time of really hitting some of these areas really hard with a lot of this habitat. If it provides, based on this pilot program and future research, if it provides a really good return, then we'd ask Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council for a lot more money and go from fishery to fishery and make these improvements to provide some more habitat. Thought is even maybe Willard, when Sorno did his little rock deal, I'd like to make 5 or 6 football fields worth of this out. It would still maybe be easy enough and close enough for anglers during ice fishing or whatever, or kick boats and paddle boards or kayaks, that they could do that outside the marina. They could still fish that stuff, provide some habitat for fish. But that's down the road. We gotta make sure that we kind of follow through with what we got started. So that's the only project that I have, but that's kind of the basis for doing it. So,
Clint.
yeah. Question?
Vicky, you or any questions? Or Central Region?
We'll take it, but we don't have much. One thing Alan mentioned to me about Strawberry, they're working on getting some new funds. They're adding a divider dock in, I believe, at the Chicken Creek East access, 2-stall bathroom as well. And the old lot has to be reclaimed by DWR. So they're looking at doing some potential work there to make that lot parking areas better and just kind of general maintenance in that region to continue on with the Chicken Creek East stuff. Outside of that, what we kind of meant, we are hoping to do a creel survey on Jordanelle. We have some funds, I believe you guys provided them for this fiscal year. We would really also like to extend the creel if we're going to do one to get through another couple months, August, September, to see what the wipers are doing out there. That's kind of been one of the more targeted species. Everybody asks me if I'm driving around or they see us there, how are the wipers doing? What are they doing? But we don't have a lot of data on them for angler catch rates or anything like that. So that's probably the one focused blue ribbon water that we would really potentially like some funds with. We don't have any numbers or anything like that. This was all kind of, Chris and I were talking about this over the last couple weeks, but that's probably the one focus that we would really like some work on. Outside of blue ribbon, we would kind of want to get the Utah Lake stuff going as well. We think that could be a good potential fishery, a good potential blue ribbon water directional. We're working on our management plan and working on developing that. And a big part of that is angler access, given that it's so focused in some of the busiest areas of the state. We think it could be a potentially really good blue ribbon water. And a lot of it stems with the Provo River Delta that's being formed here as well. We're getting water, finally getting water into that. They say March 2nd or 3rd. It's been backed up with all this moisture, and they got like 400 yards that they just can't finish because it's too dang wet for them to get equipment in it. Even their rock roads that they're making are even muddy at this point. So once they get that, the Provo River Delta is going to have a lot of work that involves sport fish, not just for June sucker. We anticipate a lot of other fish species using that. From, of course, the northern pike are going to use it, but we think walleyes are going to pull in there as well. The white bass that everybody targets in the Provo River at the moment and in the harbor are going to move into this delta. So it's, of course, Utah Lake's not a blue ribbon water, but we really hope that in the future we could make it one, given that the accessibility to anglers and all the diverse species we have in there. Well, again, no budgets or anything, but we're really kind of working with our June sucker funds and what other money we have coming in. And blue ribbon would kind of be a support if needed for potential work, whether that's equipment needs, pit tag arrays that would go in to track our movements of fish, some of the other stuff that we might need equipment wise, we could maybe use you guys' help with.
I don't know if you guys know, there's 26 public access points along Utah Lake, and if we could extend them, much like the fishing pier that Nick's talking about, out into the lake so that you could get away from the mosquitoes and stuff. it potentially could, new habitat spawning areas and access areas. That one of the things on the lake, of course, is the wind that comes there, which is good because if it was much deeper, it would go anoxic. But the way that it is now, when you work along the shoreline, once the wind comes up, there's no place to hide. And by maybe making some bigger access points coming off there, might be able to have something areas that you get, depending on which side of the wind, you just get on that side of the dike and you wouldn't have the waves and stuff. So there is a potential there that maybe if the right structures can be built, could have some real potential. I've already got a tremendous catfishing opportunity there. And there's a really good walleye fishing opportunity, and of course the bass fishing. So, and the carp removal process has definitely reduced the carp population at Utah Lake, and that's been a very positive thing. So,
yeah, I think the numbers were 40 or 60% or something.
Yeah, it's
been decimated, lowest, on some of the lowest numbers they've had in a long time at Utah Lake.
Yeah.
And now with the ongoing progress of the delisting of the June sucker, it's giving us a lot more flexibility to sample for other species and hopefully manage other species in the future, besides trying to manage around June sucker.
I think Utah Lake is a lake and we're going to see some exciting things with over the next few years. It's one we're working on a management plan to really develop the sport fisheries there. Talk about the Delta project, the delisting of June sucker. It's a water that, at least internally, we've talked a lot about as being one that it's in such an urban area. It's such a large water. It's one that has a potential to support an amazing fishery. It's just maybe not as appreciated as it should be by the public, and there's probably more that we can do to boost that fishery up. So
mostly because the mosquitoes are the size of swallows.
Yeah,
and will come and carry you off if you're standing in one place very long. Plus, we've got to get rid of the Phragmites because the Phragmites are where the mosquitoes are nesting. And there's some real potential. There's the Wacaraway project that's down there has been grazing cattle on the lake, and the cattle wipe out the Phragmites. Phragmites is very high in protein. It's actually a good cattle feed. And then once they're gone, then the ducks start coming back because the springs that the Phragmites were sucking up all the water from now get to flow into the lake. So it becomes an area for waterfowl, and by having the small rodents and stuff, that we get an opportunity to bring back the bald eagles that used to nest down there. There's some really positive things if we can figure out how to get rid of the Phragmites and get some access into the lake. And there are some private companies that are looking at teaming up with the state to get it so that, instead of putting in a 30-foot pier, put in a 300 to 400-foot pier. And you do that 26 places around the lake, all of a sudden you have access. And if you get rid of the Phragmites, you don't have the mosquitoes. And that makes things so, but there's some complications with that. You start having more birds there, then the airport authority starts getting re-excited about having bird strikes, and that's a legitimate concern, and one that needs to be looked at. But there's some potential there that hopefully we'll get to work with sometime here reasonably soon.
I wonder how much a bale of Phragmites it'd sell for.
The problem is if you don't graze it down, it grows back so quickly. It's like a 2-week crop. I mean, and you just can't mow it down fast enough.
That's like a great business.
And the cows will only eat it if there's nothing else to eat. And they'll grow on it, but it's sort of like handing me a lima beans. I'm going to have to be really hungry before I eat those beans. So, and that's kind of how the cows are. I agree.
They'll eat it when it's young. I mean,
Yeah. But it's amazing the water that comes up in the lake. If I remember right, the Utah State study, correct me, TJ, if I'm wrong, but just removing the Phragmites around the Great Salt Lake was nearly 350,000 cubic feet of water if we could get rid of the Phragmites. It's a massive amount of water. And we haven't even done a study on Utah Lake. It's a huge amount. It was enough to run cities. So
Problem is killing them. You can't.
yeah, that it's the cow. You can keep the cows on it and they'll keep it down.
And then if you can flood it, you can actually flood it if you get it water on it faster than it can grow. Then you can drown it.
Yeah.
And that's what the duck clubs have been using, and they've been getting it heavy with the cows, and then if they can get water on it, they can drown it. So
Maybe
but
we
you've got-
need to make a proposal to the Ag Water Optimization Task Force about Phragmites harvest and marketing.
Whatever will
Wet
get
green
rid of
it
it.
works. Dry and hard, they won't touch it.
It was brought in as an ornamental. I mean, it was still legal to import doggone stuff not that long ago.
Yeah.
I mean, there's too many facets you gotta work.
Randy, I believe we're about on time for
Yeah.
coming up on you.
So I'm gonna talk about scoring, but before I get there, I've got 3 projects I'm gonna propose myself that I'm gonna run through. First is an annual one. It's Blue Ribbon Fisheries admin. It's just basically paying for lunches and travel expenses. I've got some shirts and stuff we'll pass out later today. Pays for that stuff. Usually I'm asking about 8,000 or so for that. So I would anticipate this year's ask will be similar to that. So
No inflation on that?
no inflation. In fact, the fact that we beat 4 times a year now too saves me some on lunch costs. So I might actually look at
Better
asking that.
lunches.
Yeah. They don't lobster. There's a state cap on how much we can spend.
Well, on Twitter, they were $400 a piece. So,
Yeah.
you're
Lindy
under budget.
does a wonderful job on getting us lunch.
She does.
Please pass that on to her.
No, I definitely
So what
stop by her
you
office
do,
after every meeting and thank her for her efforts.
legislature is $400 gifts.
That's the first one is the Blue Ribbon Fisheries admin. The second one is one I've done for the last few years, which is Blue Ribbon Fisheries monitoring. And what this is it supplements kind of statewide monitoring efforts where we need to put some additional money where we use it traditionally at creel surveys. We've got a dedicated creel survey budget within our agency. I forgot the exact total, but it's like $42,000, something like that annually. But from talking to our managers, looking at the actual needs that we have for creel surveys is a little bit more than our budget. It's usually about $60,000 or $65,000 statewide. So we've used some Blue Ribbon money to supplement and kind of prop up some creel surveys on Blue Ribbon fisheries across the state. Right now, we're funding, I know Flaming Gorge, at least part of the Flaming Gorge creel survey that just started. We're funding Jordanelle. I think we're funding part of the Jordanelle survey going right now. So I anticipate Tyler, when he talked about, the Blue Ribbon ask for additional survey on Jordanelle, that'll probably come from that budget. So anyway, that's an ask. I haven't tallied up the budget that I'm going to request for that, but usually it's 25,000, somewhere in that range per year. So I kind of anticipate it's going to be in that range again this year. And the third project I'm going to propose, or somebody who's going to propose for me, is going to be the economic survey. We talked about this. We had a Blue Ribbon economic survey back done in 2013 to look at the value of our Blue Ribbon fisheries in the state. This survey really provides us a lot of information about basically the value of Blue Ribbon fisheries compared to other fisheries in the state. And what we saw at that time is there's some value for Blue Ribbon fisheries. The public has perception that they're worth more, they're willing to spend more to go fish in the Blue Ribbon fishery. So what I've done is I've approached the same professor at Utah State University who did the study back in 2013, asked him to redo the study again. There's a couple differences this time, but that's what we're going for. So either I'm going to propose that or he's going to propose it. I don't know which one of us is actually going to put it in the database. But again, this is a repeat of the 2013 survey. Really, some of the differences we're asking for this time are pretty minor, but we want some comparison of how things are between 2013 and the present survey. So how much maybe the value of Blue Ribbon fisheries changed over that 10 or 11 year period. The second thing is we all know inflation's pretty significant right now. Some just assessment of inflation impacts on fishing in the state and whether inflation's had any impact on the value of Blue Ribbon fisheries and the amount that people are willing to fish across the state. So we've asked them to add some of that there. The other thing too is back in 2013, we were looking at changing our harvest limit for trout in the state. And we asked him at the time to basically look at the economic impact of a creel limit change on trout statewide. And this time we're not looking at doing that. So I've asked them to remove that part, but instead add an assessment looking at different fish species in the state and look at basically angler willingness to pay to go to different blue ribbon waters to fish for different species to get some kind of a value of, what is a tiger muskie worth to an angler versus a crappie versus a trout. So kind of getting that information. The other part of it is the value of various angler access features. So what's the value of a restaurant, a fishing pier, that kind of thing? How much does that add economically to a fishery? Those aren't, but I think they're of interest to Blue Ribbon. They provide probably more benefit to us within the DWR in terms of some of the management actions that we take, but it didn't cost us anything to add it to the survey. So it's kind of a nice little benefit that we get where it provides us some Blue Ribbon information, but also some information on just how we manage our fisheries and what we do in terms of access changes, stocking, that kind of thing. That study, I don't have the exact figure in front of me, but it's like 42,000, something like that, to get that study done. So that's the third proposal that I'm going to put in. Any questions on any of that?
Would that study be done this year and published this year?
It would be done this fiscal year. So the guy's going to start right on it July 1st. And his idea is to have a final report by June 30th of 24. So. Okay. Kind of moving on a little bit. I just want to talk quickly about the project scoring process. We've talked so much about projects this morning, or I guess this afternoon, so since lunch. But there's definitely a rating process that Blue Ribbon has to go through with these projects. Many of you are familiar with this process, but I just want to run through the process just to familiarize everyone kind of with what the process looks like. And this is something you quite frankly don't need to worry about today. This is something that's going to come down the pipeline after our next meeting, but blow this up for everyone. Okay. So really what we saw today are the regions lay out tentative plans for Blue Ribbon projects that they're going to propose. Again, these are tentative, these are subject to change. You might see some projects added, you might see some projects removed, you might see some of the budget figures kind of change between now and when we really formally look at these. So really the March meeting is the formal meeting where we look at these project proposals and we rate these proposals. So you really have a couple months here before you really need to worry about this. But again, I'm just laying the groundwork. The March meeting, I received a text message since this meeting started. It's going to be March 16th, I think. It's the third Thursday in March. I will double check that. Yes, it's the 16th. So that's the plan there. I didn't know that until about an hour ago. But that's the plan for the meeting. That's the usual time frame. So if we meet the third Thursday of the month, that is the third Thursday. Like previous years, the March meeting is going to be split into two segments. So what we're going to do in the morning is we'll meet alongside with Habitat Council and listen to projects that are requesting money from both the Habitat Council, which is pretty similar to Blue Ribbon, but it handles more habitat related projects, and Blue Ribbon funding. So these are our joint projects. So we're looking for money from both sources. And then in the afternoon, we'll split off from Habitat Council and we'll just look at projects that are only requesting Blue Ribbon funds. So that's kind of the plan that we'll undertake there. So that's how we've traditionally handled that March meeting. So this year will look like previous years. The tasks that are coming down Blue Ribbon members pipelines is that sometime, probably the first week of March, it'll definitely be a couple of weeks before the March meeting. What I'll do is I'll send out a full list of projects that are proposed. So you'll see these projects that you saw today, and then any changes will be reflected in the last minute projects that get in there. But you'll see a full list of projects that we're going to see during the March meeting. What I'll also do with that is I'll provide you information on how you can get more information on those projects. So we've got our WR webpage, which is where we enter all the information on these projects. Use Blue Ribbon members as a public site. You can get on that site, click around, see information on the projects. You can see maps, you can look at the budget information, read some descriptions of the projects, etc. If you think back to Nick's little presentation he gave on Fish Lake, he was on the WR webpage. So that's kind of what that webpage looks like. And some of that information like the budgets and the maps and stuff that Nick showed are the same information you'll look at on this webpage. But I'll provide you all the information on how you can access that webpage alongside with the links and all that information of the projects. So what I'm asking you to do is before the March meeting is get on that webpage and basically familiarize yourself with the projects. You don't need to do all the projects in and out, just read through them and have some basic information about those projects. And then what will happen during the March meeting is you'll hear a short presentation on each project. those presentations are short. They're like 3 minutes, 5 minute kind of presentations. So you're not going to get a lot of details during that time, and they're definitely information packed. So people, I think, kind of rush through them to get as much insight as they can, but it works. So that's why I encourage you to read the projects online ahead of time. That gives you a chance to familiarize yourself, because otherwise I think the presentations tend to be maybe a little too short for you to get all the details out of the
What's the
projects.
website again?
It's wri.utah.gov. But what I can do, Mickey, what I'll do is,
Come to my house and turn it on.
what's that?
Come to my house and figure out how to turn it.
So you let them.
I'll give you links, literally, like click here and you can read Nick's Fish Lake project. Click
Perfect.
here, you can read Clint's.
Perfect, thank you.
So, yes.
Randy,
So
it's so easy for us. You're gonna have, well, no, you won't. I was gonna say you're gonna have to have a Utah.gov.
You don't, so you should,
Not to view it though.
you should literally, in the email I sent early March, just click down the list and just read what's on there.
Thank
So
you.
I'll provide a little more information.
It's,
You only have to have that.
I was the same way, Mickey, the first year, I'm like, you do what?
You do what?
Yeah, you get to it, you go, oh, hey, that's pretty cool. And then there's some other places that you can fill in more
It's
data.
so easy.
Really works pretty well.
And
Yeah.
Is it
Randy,
utah.gov or ut.gov?
If you wanted to log in,
Utah,
and leave
spelled out.
comments or ask
Okay.
questions or something,
then you have to have a login.
then you have to have a login. But if you're just looking, and the thing is if you have questions, you have a question online, just call me or email me. It doesn't matter if you don't want to log into it. But what they've asked us to do, and I review everything for our region because I'm on the ranking committee, but is if there is a question that's like maybe very specific, that isn't being addressed, that you leave that in the comments so that it is recorded, right? So last year I was maybe a jerk to some people because I thought it was just a cow project and it didn't benefit a lick of wildlife. And so I said that because there's not a moving, flowing drop of water within a mile of this project that benefited country trout.
There's a
I
lot,
documented
there's a
it.
lot of justifying in
Yeah.
those proposals.
Yeah.
I
So-
read 'em.
But if you guys want to make comments or ask questions, all you have to do is log in. You can create a login and log into it. It's not that big of a deal. The other thing is Randy will send out and there will be a project number ID. And if you just, even if the links are, or once you get in, if you wanted to go to the next one, you can just type in that project number ID and it'll pull up the next one and just go through too. Super easy. It's nice to look at the map of the project area. And then if you really want to see like where we've put structures in Pineview before, you can click, look at related projects or close projects and you can see all the work that's been done around Pineview.
Yeah, there's some nice features. If you really dig deeper, you could search, for instance, and get like a full history of projects. So the fun of the Blue Ribbon Finding, click on them, see the map, see the history, stuff like that.
So it's really nice. It's really nice to have that at your.
Huntington Creek's one that's really kind of fun to go back on and see what Cal's done back there. And Clint's done some really neat stuff with the underwater habitat. And you click it and you're right there. I mean, it's easy to maneuver.
And this site, this kind of goes beyond Blue Ribbon, but it is really our repository for the entire Division of Wildlife projects. So then there's non-aquatic projects you can read about, there's some deer-related habitat projects and stuff like that going on as well.
If you like to read about Indian juniper chaining, there's lots of that there.
Yeah.
And all my projects from the Utah Test and Training Range are all in there too.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll try to make it as user-friendly as possible, but again, because the presentations during the March meeting are so short, I encourage you to get on.
Yeah, we're held
minutes
5
clicking
minutes.
around.
5 minutes is all we got.
Yeah. So that'll probably get you most information you're gonna
Is
need.
this meeting gonna be here this year? Do we know yet? Randy?
I don't know yet on that. I just know a date. So
Okay.
I'm sure it'll either be here or Farmington.
Or Farmington, that's what I was
Well,
saying.
last year they moved it to Wednesday for habitat.
Yeah, so we've kind of alternated years between us bending to Habitat Council schedule and then bending our schedule this year. So they bend our schedule here. So more on kind of the scoring. There's really 5 things that you're going to be asked to score. And again, I don't need scores till after this March meeting. I'm going to give you a couple weeks after that. But as you're reading through the projects, hearing the presentations, there's really 5 things you need to keep in mind. So the 5 questions are: first, to what degree does this project enhance fish populations? I'm asking you to rate that on a 0 to 10 scale. So basically, if it does absolutely nothing to enhance the fish population, give it 0 points. If it does as much as you could imagine being possible to enhance a fish population, give it 10 points. The second question is, to what degree does this project enhance fish habitat? That's the same 0 to 10 scale. The third one is, to what degree does this project enhance angler access? That's also 0 to 10. The fourth one is, do you feel this project provides the staffing needs that DWR requires to successfully accomplish DWR goals? That's also 0 to 10. I know people have said that one's hard to assess, just use your best judgment on that. If you look at these 4 different, the first 4 questions, these kind of cover the 4 buckets of projects you see. So you see ones that enhance angler access or fish habitat or provide for staffing needs. What's common, and this comes up as a comment, is oftentimes, you're going to rate for a project one of those 4 things very highly. It might come up 6 to 10 points, and everything else gets rated kind of poorly because it doesn't really address that project, and that's fine.
Except my projects. My projects will get
But that
I would
staffing
like to
needs
see a
question,
project that hits them all.
how do you rate that when they're talking about a parking lot?
I'm still waiting
Well,
for
don't
last
rate that
year
for
to
a parking
check,
lot. Use
by
that
the
for
way.
like an internship project.
Yeah,
and some
yeah,
of that.
yeah.
So, yeah,
So we still answer it? Still want a 0
I
there?
put a 0, but doesn't
Okay.
provide any staff.
What I've
That's
done.
probably what I would do.
Okay.
The last question is, do you feel this project has a high likelihood of success? That's yes, no. 0 points for no, 5 points for yes. That's completely subjective, honestly. And, use your best judgment on that. If it's a huge project and you have some skepticism that we're going to get it done, probably going to give it a 0. Or another thing you might see is, these projects are often construction projects. They require engineering, permitting. And if people are trying to do the engineering, permitting, and construction for a large project in a 365-day period, that might be hard for us to do. So the more shovel ready it is, so it's got some of those things taken care of, so we just need to hire a contractor to have to do the work, those ones are going to be more likely to succeed. So those are just some things to keep in mind as you're looking at those.
That was why
Yes.
my question to Nick on how soon would this be done? Because it's taken several years to get the planning in place and all the rest of that stuff, but if he thinks he can get it built, they did a pretty good job getting those marinas in place. I was amazed.
Yeah.
Go up there in the spring and there's all these rocks, and come back in the fall and places to put the boats. So
those are the 5 things that Blue Ribbon members score. There's 4 things that I've traditionally scored, and these are very objective, yes, no kind of things. So the first is this a Blue Ribbon focus project water? Is this project on a Blue Ribbon focus water? I don't think we have any focus waters this year, so by default, everything's going to get a 0 for that one, just full disclosure. The next is, were fiscal details presented? Yes, no. Are there other partners providing funding for this project? Yes, no. Is monitoring and or reporting of findings mentioned? That's again, yes, no. What I do these is honestly in that 5-minute presentation, if the presenter mentions these things at all, even if they put 2 seconds of talking on it, I give the 5 points. Otherwise, I give 0 points. Is basically how I grade these. What I do though is, the reason we do this way is in that 5-minute presentation, if Blue Ribbon considers the 5 questions you have to ask, plus the 4 questions that are listed on this slide, traditionally that's become a lot of work for people. People feel like they can't grade all those things in that period of time. So what we did is a few years ago is I took those 4 questions, they're just yes, no questions, and scored them myself just to take some pressure off of Blue Ribbon so you guys could focus more on those more objective questions. The one thing is I will definitely provide you my scores and you can test my scores. If I miss something in a presentation, that's fine. We can adjust the scores. But the idea on these ones is honestly, they should be things that everyone has the same score. If it's a Blue Ribbon focus water, for instance, everyone should have the same score. So, that's kind of the intent here. And again, could test my scores later if, you have some issue with how I scored something. So I just want to quickly go into kind of how we make our funding decisions. The funding decision will be made probably late April, early May. That's kind of traditionally when we decide these things. They're traditionally made by the DWR, but the idea is the scores guide the process. So this is an advisory council. The money is Division of Wildlife Resources money, but we use your scores to help us decide which are basically the highest priority projects that we should move forward and fund. We will definitely fund any essential staff positions. That's not every staff position. These are more of the full-time kind of positions that you hear proposed. And then the program administration kind of stuff, that usually adds up to maybe 65,000 or so of kind of stuff every year. The rest of the money, what we basically do is we use it to fund projects in the order that they're ranked by Blue Ribbon up until we reach the total of $450,000 that Blue Ribbon has allocated. There's a couple caveats to that. The first caveat is that lower ranking projects may be funded in place of a higher ranked project if that makes the budget balance. So, oftentimes what we're doing is, we're saying we got enough money, we can fund the first 5, let's say, projects that Blue Ribbon, or the top 5 projects rated by Blue Ribbon. If the 6th project goes beyond, what we got for available money at that point, we might look at the 7th project or the 8th project because maybe they fit the budget is kind of what we do. But the goal is to kind of place projects until we get to $450,000 is what we do. The other thing we do is behind the scenes, we work with Habitat Council, and there's some shuffling of money that goes on, and that helps us fund more projects. I'll give you one example. Last year, I think our second ranked project was on the Blacksmith Fork River, and it was removing some diversions. I think the Blue Ribbon ask was enough money that it was going to put a real wrinkle on us funding really any Blue Ribbon projects. And turned out the Habitat Council had some extra money. So we asked Habitat Council to fund that whole project or a big chunk of that project. And what that did is it freed up a lot of money that we could use for additional Blue Ribbon projects. So there's a little bit of that trading that goes on between us and Blue Ribbon. Honestly, I think we usually are able to fund 3/4 or so of the projects. It's just a guess, but that's, I think, traditionally where we fall. I know there's a question somewhere online, or maybe it's a comment. I'll just read it real fast. Oh, okay. Chris had to run. Thanks, Chris. Oops, wrong thing. Okay, so that's that. I think what I kind of missed here. Oh yeah, I forgot to say this. So for scoring, you're going to score the projects, during the meeting. You'll have a couple weeks after the meeting to finalize your scores. What I'll do is give everyone a worksheet that you can fill out that just basically has the questions, the projects listed on them, and you can just write in their scores. The other thing I'll give you is basically a Google sheet where you can enter that in a spreadsheet and send it to me. I haven't set a deadline yet, but really, I'll give you a couple weeks after the meeting to get those scores to me. So that gives you time to hear the projects, think about your scores, get your scores finalized, and get your final responses to it. And what again I'm looking for is, going back to this slide with those 5 questions, your numbers for each project is basically what I'm looking for. Any questions on that?
I just want to thank you, Randy. You made it so easy for us last year.
Oh,
It just was smooth. I mean, I anticipated spending so much more time, truthfully. And then I'm like, oh, how come I put this off?
Well, you can spend a lot of time if you go to each of those tabs that come.
Oh, right.
Project.
But as far as literally the scoring sheet, that was a piece of cake.
And even going out to the water, the tabs, just in case you don't know, it's not bad at all.
Holy smokes, I didn't know something like this existed.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you guys get to see the whole state, like you guys get to look at projects across the whole state, which is really cool. Gives you an opportunity to see what everybody else is doing,
Okay. Any other questions on that? Okay. Well, I'm going to change gears now. I'm going to keep kind of going in this presentation. I'm going to talk about Blue Ribbon Waters for reevaluation for this year. So this is one of our tasks for the January meeting, is to look into the waters that we want to reevaluate, make them known to the Blue Ribbon members so you have as much time as possible to go visit those waters and get your scores in.
All right.
So we're going to propose 7 waters for reevaluation this year. I'm just proposing these right now. This is something I've worked with Nick about over the last couple months. We'll have a discussion in the end. Are these the right 7 waters? So I think there's some opportunities for Blue Ribbon members to propose some of those additional waters, and we could trade this around, but I'm going to bring forward a proposal that we've kind of put together. So the first 3 waters that we're proposing are all in Washington County. So Quail Creek Reservoir, Sand Hollow Reservoir, and Gunlock Reservoir. I'll get into the rationale of these 3 here in a minute. The next is Lake Powell. And then the last 3 are all waters kind of in the Antimony area. So Otter Creek Reservoir, and then 2 sections of the East Fork of the Sevier River. So the Kingston Reach and the Black Canyon Reach. So it doesn't show up very well, but I've kind of mapped these out where they're really clustered for the most part. We've got 3 right around St. George, three right around Anemone, and then Lake Powell kind of sticks out, but there's no other blue ribbon waters in and around Lake Powell. So it was hard to lump that one with any additional fisheries. So I just want to dig a little bit to the logic that we kind of put behind the selection of these waters. The first is the southern region specifically requested that Blue Ribbon reevaluates those three waters in Washington County. And the reason they made that request is they're undergoing a management planning effort on those three reservoirs, and they wanted the Blue Ribbon scores and some feedback from Blue Ribbon on those three fisheries to help assist in that management planning effort. So that is why they made that request. I think Blue Ribbon, if we scored these, would provide some valuable information to the southern region, will help guide those efforts. The nice thing about these three waters is they're all pretty similar. They're all bass fisheries that, quite frankly, probably best fish from a boat. And they're all clustered close to one another. So our thought is this provided kind of a nice weekend trip for somebody, particularly somebody maybe with a boat who likes bass fishing. Go down, hit these three waters. They're all close enough that you can probably hit them all in one weekend. Lake Powell we selected just because we thought possibly it could be visited along with the Washington County waters. It's not next door, but it's in sort of the same part of the state. It requires similar fishing equipment. And our other thought was Lake Powell's kind of a hot spot. We thought that maybe a lot of Blue Ribbon members just already go to Lake Powell annually as part of your fishing expedition. So we thought that it was one that it might be a popular selection anyway. And then our logic behind Otter Creek and the two sections of the East Fork and Sevier is they're also clustered close to one another. So it makes it a weekend trip possible for them. They provide a trout option for those who maybe aren't so interested in bass fishing. And then, to a large extent require similar equipment to fish them the same times a year, good times a year to fish them. So we thought that that was another logical cluster. I just want to dig quickly into just a little history on these 7 waters, particularly the history of Blue Ribbon evaluating these fisheries. This kind of highlights the need for us to probably get back and reevaluate at least 6 of these waters. So first off, 3 of the waters actually date back to the original waters that were nominated for Blue Ribbon status. So the first Blue Ribbon water list came out in 2004, and Lake Powell, Quail Creek, and the East Fork Sevier Black Canyon Reach were all listed in 2004. So these are really the original Blue Ribbon fisheries, among others in the state, but they're on the original list. The next time Blue Ribbon actually updated the list was 2006, so they didn't make any update in 2005. But at that time, Sand Hollow was added. So Sand Hollow's been on this list for a long time. The East Fork of the Sevier Kingston Reach was added in 2010. Otter Creek was added in 2014. And then Gunlock's got kind of a strange history where it was added in 2006. And then we removed it from Blue Ribbon in 2015 because we were doing a rote treatment to remove smallmouth bass from the reservoir. So we removed it because there was no fish in the reservoir for a few years because of the rote treatment. And then we redesignated Blue Ribbon in 2019. So I guess the point is that with the exception of Gunlock, none of these waters have ever been reevaluated, and some of these waters have been on the Blue Ribbon list for really 18 years without us going in and looking at them and asking, are these still Blue Ribbon fisheries? So we feel that there's some justification for going in because we haven't looked at these recently. Really, the one we looked at most recently was Gunlock, but that one is next door to Quail Creek and Sand Hollow, and reevaluating that would be beneficial for the region. Was sort of our logic here. So to dig into the reevaluation process, Blue Ribbon members have till November to reevaluate these. So I'm looking for scores probably a couple days before the November meeting would be the deadline to get them. We need to have at least 4 ratings for each water. So that's 4 Blue Ribbon members visiting those waters. The nice thing is anyone who's visited any of those waters in the last couple of years, so 2022 or anytime during 2023, is eligible to provide scores. So you're able to go back retroactively. And if you fished a water last year, you can provide scores on that water. One thing is the handbook. This is something we revised and approved at the last meeting, states that members are expected to score at least half the waters that are nominated for reevaluation each year. This year there's 7 waters, and if you divide that in half, it's 3.5. You can't visit half the water, obviously, but I think we'll just round it down to make it easy for people. So I think we're asking each member to visit at least 3 of these waters. You're more than welcome to visit 4 waters if you'd like to. The scoring is going to happen once again using the Hepworth-Walker scale that's outlined in your handbook. I could provide probably in a follow-up email some more information on scoring, but I envision using the exact same scoring process that we've done traditionally. The idea here is Blue Ribbon members, if you look actually at the Hepworth-Walker scale and the questions, I'm asking you to score questions 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10. And then the questions that are missed there, I think there's actually 12 questions in total, will be scored by the Southern region. And those, again, are very kind of objective things, like the percentage shoreline area that's open for angler access, for example. So those are scores that should vary among people in the council. So we asked the region to score those, and some of them are more nuanced questions where you need to have a lot of information about the water to actually provide a score anyway. So what I'll do again is I'll provide a Google form, much like I did last year. They'll use to collect the scores, but I'll again take paper scoring or email your scores for a water to me. I don't really care how you get them to me. So anyway works. The Google form is what we used last year. It's really just an online survey where I'm just asking you basically, here's the question off the Hepburn Walker scale, enter your score, press enter. It's kind of what I'm looking for. And what I'll do is sometime maybe next week or the following week, I'll send out some more information on these waters and scoring these waters, but I think that kind of gets you started on them. So I do want to kind of open it up for questions for Blue Ribbon members. And I think the question I want to ask is, collectively as a council, are we good with these waters? And then do we feel there's other waters that we urgently need to reevaluate? I would say for the most part, those 7 waters that I proposed aren't set in stone. Those are things that we could talk about as a council. We just thought that maybe it would make sense to bring kind of a proposal forward for waters for reevaluation this year. The magic behind 7 waters is that gets Blue Ribbon to reevaluate all of our waters. I think it's 6 years, something like that, which seemed like a reasonable time frame. So that's how we came up with 7. And again, those 3 waters down in Washington County really make a lot of sense for us to reevaluate in support of our management planning efforts down in that area. But we could talk about those. We could talk about the other waters, but I just want to open up to the council if anyone has any feedback on these, wants to see any other waters, objects to these waters, etc., before we kind of cement this in stone.
Dave, I've got a question for you. Quail Creek, Sand Hollow, and Gunlock, first of the year and then later in the fall, are those the 2 main times to fish those lakes?
Probably Rex. When it comes to bass fishing, I kind of a opportunistic bass fisherman. I fish the water temperature, especially in these lakes down here. At Lake Powell, all summer long, I do very well, but these waters are a little different beast than Lake Powell. Gunlock's similar, but if you guys want a really good bass fishing experience, 60 to 65 degree water is the prime time to fish these waters. There are people that fish, year round and do well. You get a lot of boats, wakeboard, a lot of play boats later when the water warms up a little more. Of course, you still get that when the water's 65 just because they got wetsuits nowadays, but I'd be happy to monitor the water. I'm sure Nick and the biologist would also. I would guess if you kind of watch Lake Powell's water temperature, I think Waynesword's still running. If you kind of watch it, these waters are similar in temperature, warm about the same time. And if there's any way, if you guys are interested in coming fishing these, I'd be happy to show you techniques and show you where to fish and how to fish. And probably late April, I would guess. I'm guessing they'll with the snowpack. I looked at the snowpack on Pine Valley the other day. It's up around 50 inches. I'm guessing all these reservoirs are going to fill up this year. And if we continue to get this moisture, and I would guess if the spring is a normal spring, it's time the runoff gets down there, the water's going to warm to 60, 65 later in April. But that's just a guess. But yeah, I'd be happy to show you, Rex, and anybody who wants to come down.
And you still got room in your lawn to put a tent up, right?
I do in Torrey, but I don't have any lawn in St. George.
Thanks, Dave.
Anybody else have anything on these waters? Are we good as a council with these 7 waters? Does anyone object to these?
I've never been there. That's a good chance.
I'm not feeling
I was looking at some waters to throw in, but because they're 2004, but I don't think that there's a need at all to throw them in on the list. And that seems like a heck of a lot of water to have guys go and sample in a year anyways. So
Yeah, I don't want to put more on the list. I think if we did anything, we'd take things off the list. But this gets everyone kind of going south. Hopefully the clusters make it a little easier where, a weekend you could get three all at once, basically. And, you know, we could work strategically moving forward because every region has 2004 waters. We need to try to get them done here in the next few years for reevaluation. So we can look at, you know, who's next. We hit Calvin's region pretty hard last year, Nick's region this year. So
Just keep moving north.
probably, yeah, keep moving north. I mean, that's all we got for options to move north. So, you know, we could just, we can look at it.
Central next year and northeast. And then
Yeah. Yeah, we could do that. I think we could also November have a discussion on just how does this work? How do the clusters work? You know, strategically, how do we pick the next ones? So. But, okay.
Hey, Randy, I might add, you know, I've fished these waters out of my bass boat and I have fished them out of my kayak and done almost equally as well. So if you don't have a boat, you want to drag your boat this far, kayaks work great. I was on Gunlock last spring, right when the water turned 65, had the whole lake to myself, was catching 2.5 pound bass every cast. I mean, it was just phenomenal fishing. So if you want a good experience, check the water temperature and head down.
Gunlock's State Park, right, Dave?
It is, yeah, and they just built a new campground last year, so plenty of camping at any of the reservoirs down here. I don't know how. I'm not even sure how you have to make reservations for those, but maybe Blue Ribbon could work something out if people wanted to come down. I'm not sure how that works.
I was just gonna say, most of the state parks up here have water temperature listed on their webpage.
Oh, do they? Okay.
So you could have a water temperature, so guys could like look and pay attention to water temps that way.
That's good.
That was the only reason I was asking for the state park.
Okay. Anything else on these? Okay. Not hearing anything, I'm going to propose we make these our separate waters. We look at this here. And again, you know, reevaluation, that doesn't need to be done until like 2 days before the November meeting. So I don't know what that makes it. So you got till mid-November or so to get down and visit these waters. And again, we're looking for at least 3 for each member. And if you visited any of these waters last year, that would count. So you don't need to necessarily go to one if you've been to these waters previously. Yeah, Nick.
Yeah, so if it sounds like we're good with these waters, what I was planning to do is I'll work with especially our warm water biologists, John Hudson and Dan Keller, and with Dave, and kind of come up with like an information sheet, well, for all of them, but especially the warm water, and try and send that out to the council so you guys have an idea of when the best times to come fish are, where you can stay, all those sorts of things, and get that out. And then you guys can just stay in contact, you know, don't hesitate to email or call us and with questions and everything. And then another thing we wanted to offer was the chance to go out on Lake Powell, take a group of Blue Ribbon out on a fishing trip towards the end of May, 1st of June. So I talked with Richard, our aquatics manager, and then Dan, the project lead at Lake Powell, and they were generous enough to offer to do that. So that'd be a really cool opportunity, especially for any Blue Ribbon members who haven't gone out and fished on Lake Powell. That's a really nice time to be out there and good fishing. So I'll put together an email and hopefully get that out in the next couple of weeks so you guys can start planning trips.
Dick, given the water levels that we have to come out of, launch clear down at Wahweap more than likely.
So Richard was thinking Bullfrog was going to be all right. Maybe Dan or John knows better, but I think we would do it out of Bullfrog.
Yeah, we should be good. You know, the lake is continuing to drop through the winter, but you know, runoff's looking pretty good. It just kind of depends on when you want to try to fish Bullfrog. I would say obviously later the better. If you're going to do like an April trip, you might need to fish out of the south end, but late May or early June. June would be better for stripers, and earlier in the season would be better for bass if you want to target bass. But there'll be opportunities to fish out of Bullfrog this year for sure. But the exact date will just kind of depend on what they do at the dam and with water levels, and of course when the runoff starts. So we can keep you updated on that as we get closer.
Would we need to bring our own boat for that, Daniel?
No. So John and I, we spend a lot of time on the lake. Starting in April, we'll be on the lake for a week at a time, pretty much every other week. So starting in April through, if the fall is a great time to fish too. We're usually pretty active on the lake through early November, but it sounds like you're wanting to get these assessments done or these evaluations done a little bit earlier. So yeah, we're on the lake a lot. We have multiple boats. We could work a time to meet and pick you guys up at either location. So yeah, that's not an obstacle at all. We got boats to take people out.
Thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Okay, anything else? Okay, I'm gonna move along on the agenda, and one kind of new standing agenda item is just a review of our budget and where we stand. So I'm gonna share my budget spreadsheet, which I'll make this bigger because I know it's hard to read. Everyone online see that? Do I need to make it bigger?
It's good.
Okay. What I'm showing here is for this fiscal year, basically all the projects that Blue Ribbon has funded. Some of this information is very specific to the DWR, like the region. The WRI number, which helps you find on the WRI webpage, is available with these projects. Program unit, those are entirely cost coding things that we use internally. But where I'm going to go is, with each project, we've got the number of dollars from Blue Ribbon that's been allocated to that project. So for instance, Nick's Navajo Lake Spillway project, we allocated $100,000 towards that. And you can see what we've allocated down the list, and down toward the bottom, the total is $450,000. I think right now we have $200 we didn't allocate this year. That's just how the budget worked out. I've also got, for whatever reason, the Habitat Council funding allocation on here. All that doesn't factor into anything else in the spreadsheet, but I'm just showing it here to show how much Habitat Council threw into each of these projects. And then what I've got for the last two columns, we get all on one page here. For each project, the expenses that have been reported for that project through October 31st, and then the expenses through December 31st. And then what I'm showing here is basically the percent of the budget that's left as of December 31st of this year. So if you kind of roll through the projects, really the bottom line is that for the most part, most of our projects, we still have 90+% of the budget in the bank. The bottom line I've got down here is kind of our total. So we've got 88% of our Blue Ribbon budget has gone unspent so far this year. So it's kind of where we stand on money. I will say just a couple of things. That sounds like a lot of money, and we need to get spending money, which is true, but a lot of these projects are kind of backloaded toward the spring. So we'll see increased expenses in the spring. And also our accounting department, for whatever reason, kind of runs slow on things. Like I think Nick's Navajo Lake Spillway project is done, but for whatever reason, I haven't seen the bill really hit yet. So there's $100,000 right there that hasn't come out. So I think there's some inaccuracies in this, but also there's some kind of backloading of projects for a lot more is done toward the spring months. So I think we'll see this percentage drop down. We'll spend most of this money. So I wouldn't be too alarmed by the fact that we're still showing 88% so far left in our bank. Any questions on that?
That has to be spent by the end of July, correct?
June, actually. So yeah. What'll happen, I'll just point out, because this happens every year, is I will start hitting the regions kind of hard, probably about April or March, asking you, more or less, you've got so much money left in your account. Are you going to spend that by June, or are you not going to spend it by June? We want that spent because we lose that money if it doesn't get spent. So what we'll do is kind of probably May, first part of June, we'll add up what's left and figure out how to spend it. And usually we spend it on kind of equipment purchases and things we could do very quickly, where we just do make a phone call and then we get billed that day for something. So, we'll try to find ways to proactively use that money so it doesn't get left in the bank, and use it for stuff that has Blue Ribbon benefit, like, various sampling equipment and stuff like that. Any questions? I'll provide another update in March. I think come March, that's getting close enough to the end of the fiscal year. I think things start kind of snapping into focus. We get maybe a little better idea how much money we have left. But I guess the it's good and bad how you want to see it. Having 88% still a lot left in the bank, but also it means that we're not at a point where we've overspent things either and we're running in the red. So kind of two ways to look at it. Okay. That's what I got for that. I guess we could kind of move on. The last couple things are first, Blue Ribbon, just volunteer opportunities. We've got a spreadsheet that we've been putting just volunteer opportunities in. I think last time I looked in the spreadsheet, which was a couple of weeks ago, I don't think there was really anything in it, and that's understandable. It's winter. We don't do much sampling, so there's not a lot out there for volunteer opportunities, but just a plug for Blue Ribbon members and really, DWR staff. DWR staff, get your volunteer opportunities in there. As you become aware of them, I'll set up a spreadsheet again after this meeting so everyone has a link to it. And then, for Blue Ribbon members, keep your eyes open for those opportunities. If one works out for you, please take advantage of it. And again, we'll modify that to make sure that it really shows, some of the outreachy kind of opportunities as well, various fly tying clinics or kids fishing things that we're doing or people putting hop aboard. Any questions on any of that? Okay. We get toward the end and we start going fast through the agenda. The next thing I wanted to do is just real briefly, we can have whatever discussion we feel that we need to have on it, but this is what our second or third meeting, kind of with this revised format where we're meeting more or less quarterly as Blue Ribbon, and some of the meeting format has changed. I just want to ask people, this goes both the division staff and Blue Ribbon members, how's it going? Is this format working for you? Are there tweaks to the format that we should consider? I think, we definitely decided when we put this in place that it would be somewhat experimental for the first year, maybe 2 years. And I think there's some opportunities to change how we do things, but I just want to get feedback from people if people feel that there's some changes we need to make so we can have kind of a catalog of that stuff and, consider it.
We talked about, doing like a trip to Fish Lake and doing something like that. We never did that, but just like paddle things, sounds like it could be the same kind of thing. And, bring us together as a group as well.
Yeah, no, I kind of thought the same thing. And I feel like that trip, I think, is a trip hopefully we can get enough people involved in. I mean, I think sounds like there's some interest among the council. It sounds like the region is very willing to put the trip together. I think that would be a good opportunity to try to get Blue Ribbon together and call it maybe not a formal meeting, but a quasi-formal kind of gathering to get people together.
Eat less, fish more. I like it.
Yeah.
I like where we're kind of structuring around some of the waters that Nick's got down there and then go do something with that region. I like that. Maybe that's something we can kind of rotate in so that at some point, I think Cal's going to have recapture, even though it's not a Blue Ribbon, it's a potential Blue Ribbon and has some kind of unique things down there that, maybe we stay at the 4 meetings, but there's kind of a 5th meeting that becomes that regions as we focus on the waters there. We focus on the waters like we did with Clinton, went up to Lost Creek, a few years ago. That was pretty outstanding, that maybe we kind of have this 5th meeting, but the 5th meeting, all of us have a linear sampling device in our hand.
Yeah. I think the other thing we need to talk about is this, like PAL trip, probably timeline sounds like it might be right about when we would meet in June. And I don't know if we want to join the two together because I think there's enough going on in the meeting agenda. It's probably hard to have the meeting outside or whatever, but you've talked, Rex, about adding a 5th meeting every year. And we've got a large gap between June and November, whether we try to slip what would be the June meeting in August or September or something and kind of break it up a little bit.
Well, I personally, I think it's great to get to know the DWR people, and it's nice when they're here and we get to work with them and stuff. And so having a 5th meeting so that each meeting has its region kind of thing. But if we do 4 meetings and then that 5th meeting is the out in the field meeting, that works well for me.
Yeah.
So I would like, I think having the June meeting is kind of important. First off, that's when we bring in new members.
Yeah.
So we kind of have to have that meeting, but if we had something April, May, you know, that we could work in there, or we did something, hey, let's 1st of September, this is where we're, you know, by then, we're not interfering with too many hunts at that point. And, you know, that gives us something in September that we all went and did together, and then we're back together in November. So and maybe there's some regions want to, hey, could we do it here or do it there? But I think the 4 meeting format and then that gap in between becomes, I mean, I wouldn't care if I was a Lake Powell the week before and still went to a June meeting. I'm okay with going fishing more.
I just wanted to check, and I'm fine with that. That works. And, you know, this format you're talking about, you know, I think it puts it in the onus of whatever our focus region is of the year. You know, say next year we go central region, let's just say hypothetically, and, you know, reevaluate a bunch of waters, let them put together a fishing trip or a show and tell of some kind that gets us together for more of a field trip.
Yeah, it's somewhere in that June to November range. Yeah. Realizing that, you know, there are things going on mid-September till 1st of November. So, you know, what can we put together? But if we do the 4 and then we do something out in the field, so.
I'll bring my wood chopper.
Okay, anything else on the format? I think I'll have this as kind of a standing item for at least, you know, the rest of this year for meetings and stuff that comes up. We can talk about it, or if anyone has any questions or concerns, just bring them up to me. Again, you know, I think this agenda is kind of a work in progress, and we could talk about it, but this feels like a swing in the right direction to me in terms of what we've been doing. Okay. Well, that leaves us with one agenda item left, and, you know, I think I'll probably turn it over to Rex and let Rex kind of run this part, but it really dovetails the LOA hatchery and some conversations that we had in the November meeting about the legislative effort to get LOA funded and Blue Ribbon maybe organizing to provide some, you know, angler feedback to help maybe encourage the legislature to fund this project this year. So
I just wanted to bring up, there's been some UAC has really been out pushing really hard. I just want to give Roger Wilson just all kinds of kudos on that. I know Mickey, you still got a petition sheet, or was that?
Yeah, I actually brought them with me.
Brought them with you, and we've got petition sheets out at Sportsman's Warehouse, at Cabela's, and at Jake's down in Orem, Utah. So those are all being worked with, trying to get them signed. And then
you want to just keep on going?
The legislature doesn't close for 6 weeks, so we might as well turn in what we have and go from there. But there has been, I know that we were all encouraged. I sent it out to you, all the links. I hope everybody wrote to their congressperson and just spent a little time going, hey, this is important. I heard back actually from 2 from mine, so I was really quite pleased that they were like, and they were positive about putting it in. And this is the year, I mean, they're talking about surplus funds. This is a place that I personally feel like it. So this is just a good place to reach out. TJ, I don't know what happened with the little fly shop up in Ogden.
I ended up talking to the TU guy, and he said they're ready to go. He's putting it out to his members.
Okay.
There's a shop up there called Angler's Den.
Okay.
And I think they're positive to getting
some petition signed. Okay.
I'll try to swing one up there this week.
That'd be great.
I mean, let's at large, but I'll take it up there.
Yeah.
And I don't know about the sportsman's up there.
I will say, I know the petition's working. I don't know if they'll write down these numbers because I might be off on it, but I've heard we've got somewhere around 11,000 signatures.
Yeah,
and the money we've raised, I want to say is somewhere in the $130,000 neighborhood.
Yeah, and Ken Strong that was on Blue Ribbon, Ken took it out to Sportsmen's for Fish and Wildlife, and they're doing some stuff with it too. So there is some the pot's being stirred, I guess is how I'd like to put it.
But the last time we talked
Photographed
was,
and sent it to Drew before.
your
December
biologist.
23rd, so you had all the answers.
Drew?
Drew Fisher. He said that there was a core group of legislators that they had to meet with. That was kind of the gatekeepers of all this stuff. I don't know if that's been done, and that was something to be done behind the scenes of Blue Ribbon, so to speak. I don't know where we're at that. I think when I talked to the TU guy, they want to pay attention, and there's a hearing, and show up.
Yeah, what did we need the date to that?
Yeah.
What I can tell you, I can't tell you anything beyond this because I don't know, but I know there's some legislative hearing this upcoming Tuesday, early in the morning. Like, I think it's like at 8 a.m. or something like that.
Yeah.
That has some relevance to this, but I don't know all the details.
I've been texting with Roger and Ruth, and it is the 25th. It's the Natural Resource Agriculture and Environmental Quality Appropriations Subcommittee, and they are meeting. Oh no, this one's the General Government Subcommittee is meeting January 24th from 9 to 11. So it's hard to say exactly what time it's going to come up on the agenda. It depends. You know, sometimes they'll open up the committee meeting and they'll jostle the agenda all around because they want to cover some things first and other things later. The Natural Resource Ag and Environmental Quality Appropriations, that'll be sometime else. We don't know when that one is for sure.
So the one on the 24th is which committee?
General Government Subcommittee.
And this is a subject?
Yeah, so they'll be reviewing the DFCM budget at that committee. The Department of Facilities and something management.
But they're not taking public comment on that.
No, they will.
They will?
Yeah, in all of these committee meetings, they'll take public comment.
I believe, don't quote me on this, but they have a list, this DFCM, of large capital projects statewide that the state's considering proposing for legislative funding. I mean, these aren't all fish hatcheries, obviously. I mean, we're talking large other capital projects, road projects, things like that. But I think I heard that LOA, they provide a ranked list in front of this legislative committee and discuss them. And I think that's kind of what this meeting is to get at the top ranked projects on that list. And I think the LOA project, I want to say, is something like 5th on their statewide list.
It's good.
Does anybody know I don't know what happened with the legislature and the Provo River access with the Supreme Court. It was last Monday morning.
They just had the hearing. They haven't.
Yeah, just talk.
Just okay.
Talk between all sides.
All right. Thanks, Tyler.
Dave, I know you got your hand up. It's been up for a couple minutes.
I just wanted to comment. I talked to Representative Albrecht Monday night, I guess it was, and asked him, Loa Fish Hatchery asked him if he thought it was going to succeed. Of course, one representative doesn't know for sure, but he said they're going to, some of the notes I took, he says they're going to try very hard. He said they have a lot of folks pushing for it. He said he was helping with the appropriation request. Asked him when this would come up during the session, and he says probably the first 3 weeks in Natural Resource Appropriations Committee. So it's going to happen in the first part of the session, it sounds like. So he felt optimistic, but like I say, he's only one representative, and just see how it goes. He said he'd keep me updated, so we'll see. He's pretty busy up there, but hopefully he'll check back.
I should know, and Drew will let me know, and probably Randy, and we can disseminate some of that information to everybody.
Yeah, but we know we've got the one on Tuesday.
Yes,
so 9 to 11.
Tuesday morning, 9 to 11. I'm not sure what room they're meeting in. They probably don't know yet, actually. I can look.
They've got a calendar online, right? You probably know better than me, where you could look it up by committee, but knowing the committee name and the date, Liz helps you hone in on finding that information.
Does anyone else have anything they'd like to bring up? Randy?
I got nothing.
I'd like to thank all of you for being here and being part of the meeting. We especially appreciate all the work that our DWR people do. You do a phenomenal job for the folks in Utah to fish, and we're very grateful for the time and the effort that you put into it. Thank you very much. I think with that, we're going to call this meeting dismissed until the 16th of March. And Randy will let us know where we're meeting, either here or up in Farmington like we did last year.
Yep, I'll keep you posted. Expect I'll send some follow-up material after this meeting with kind of the scoring process for these waters we're evaluating and those waters again. I'll provide that volunteer spreadsheet, and then sometime first part of March, I'll provide for all those projects that we evaluate in March. Again, kind of like a list of the projects, the scoring sheet, links where you can get more information on those projects, so you're all prepared for the March meeting.
Thank you, Randy. With that, Mike, I believe we can shut this one down. Again, thank you all for coming.
I believe that meeting is in Senate 210.
There's a room number.
Yeah.
Okay.